Hey everyone, before we dive into what might be the most epic story in sports history, do me a favor and hit that like button. And if you love football, hit subscribe because trust me, you're going to want to hear how this saga ends. Picture this, December 18th, 2022, Lusail Stadium, Qatar. 88,000 people holding their breath. Over 1 billion watching worldwide. Argentina leads France 3-2 in the World Cup final. Extra time. Exhaustion written on every face. And there he is, number 10, Lionel Messi. 35 years old. This is it. His last chance. The one trophy that has haunted him his entire career. The one piece of silverware that could silence every doubter, every critic, every voice that whispered he could never be the greatest without it. But here's what nobody talks about. 3,000 miles away in Portugal, another number 7 sits in front of a television screen. Cristiano Ronaldo, also 37, just eliminated from the same tournament days earlier. Watching his eternal rival chase the one thing that eluded him too. And in that moment, as Messi prepares for what could be the defining penalty shootout of his life, Ronaldo knows something the rest of the world doesn't yet understand. Their story was never about who was better. Rewind to 2007. A skinny Argentine kid with long hair dribbles past 6 defenders at the Santiago Bernabeu, the ball glued to his left foot like magic. The entire stadium, Real Madrid's fortress, erupts not in anger, but in awe. This is impossible. This doesn't happen here. Somewhere in Manchester, a young Portuguese winger with frosted tips watches the replay. His jaw clenches, his fists tighten. He turns to his trainer and says one word: more. Fast forward to 2009, Champions League semi-final. Camp Nou, Barcelona destroys Real Madrid 6-2. Messi scores, dances, celebrates. The camera pans to a figure in white, standing alone, fists on hips, staring at the scoreboard like it personally offended him. Cristiano Ronaldo has just signed with Real Madrid for a world record 94 million euros. He came to dethrone Barcelona, to dethrone him. Instead, he's just witnessed humiliation. That night, something awakens. Not hatred. Something deeper. Something primal. A force that will push both men beyond every conceivable human limit for the next 15 years. Because what you're about to hear isn't just about goals and trophies. It's not about left foot versus right foot. It's not even about Barcelona versus Real Madrid. This is about 2 completely different philosophies of perfection colliding at the exact same moment in history. Natural genius versus sculpted excellence. Silent humility versus roaring confidence. The artist versus the athlete. And somehow, impossibly, they pushed each other to heights neither could have reached alone. You want to know about the greatest rivalry in sports? Forget Ali and Frazier, forget Federer and Nadal, forget Bird and Magic. This is different because Messi and Ronaldo didn't just compete against each other, they competed against human possibility itself. And for 15 years, they won. Together. But here's the thing. Here's what nobody saw coming. That rivalry, that beautiful, brutal, exhausting rivalry, was building toward one single moment. One night in Qatar, one final. And only one of them would be there. The other would watch from home, knowing that when the final whistle blew, when the confetti fell, when the trophy was lifted, everything would change. The debate would shift. The conversation would evolve. And their shared legacy would finally have its answer. Except it wouldn't, because the secret, the hidden truth buried beneath 16 years of El Clásicos and Ballon d'Or ceremonies and Champions League finals and last-minute free kicks and impossible dribbles and bicycle kicks and hat tricks and records shattered and rebuilt and shattered again, the secret was this. Football didn't create their rivalry to crown a winner. It created their rivalry to save itself. And by the time you understand what that means, by the time you see how a kid from Madeira with nothing and a kid from Rosario with a medical condition both became gods, you'll realize something profound. We didn't deserve them, but football in its infinite wisdom gave them to us anyway, at the same time, in the same league. On opposing sides of the greatest club rivalry on earth, what are the odds? That's not coincidence. That's destiny. And destiny had plans. Neither of them could imagine when they first locked eyes across a football pitch. So let me take you back. Back before the records, before the billion-dollar contracts, before the billions of fans divided into two camps, fighting wars on social media over who was better. Back to when they were just kids with dreams, growing up on opposite sides of the world, learning to kick a ball, completely unaware that they were about to become the answer to a question football had been asking for 50 years. Who can push the sport beyond everything we thought was possible? Turns out it took two. Let's travel back to 2004. The world is different. Facebook just launched. Nobody knows what an iPhone is yet. And football, beautiful football, is about to enter its golden age. Two places, two boys, two completely different stories that will collide and create shockwaves for 2 decades. First, Barcelona, Catalunya, Spain. The Camp Nou stadium rises from the city like a coliseum. 99,000 seats. When it fills, when those fans start singing, the ground literally shakes. The atmosphere is electric, intoxicating, religious. This is where football is worship, where tiki-taka will soon be born, where passing becomes poetry. And in the youth academy, La Masia, there's a kid who barely speaks. 17 years old, 5'7", looks younger, moves differently. When he has the ball, reality bends. Gravity works differently around him. He doesn't run past defenders. He glides. The ball doesn't bounce at his feet. It sticks, like magnetism, like sorcery. His name is Lionel Messi, born June 24, 1987 in Rosario, Argentina, a working-class city famous for producing Che Guevara and not much else. Messi grew up kicking a ball in the streets like every Argentine kid dreams. But at age 11, reality hit. Growth hormone deficiency. His body wouldn't develop properly. Treatment cost $900 a month. His family couldn't afford it. Most stories end there. His didn't. Barcelona saw something, watched this tiny kid dribble through defenses like they weren't there, offered to pay for his treatment if he moved to Spain, alone, at 13 years old, away from his family, his country, his language, everything he knew. The club director famously wrote the contract on a napkin because he was so sure. That's how special this kid was. La Masia raised him, taught him the Barcelona way. Keep the ball, move, pass, find space. But Messi, this quiet boy who barely looked up, who spoke in whispers, had something they couldn't teach: vision. He saw football like Neo saw the Matrix, 3 passes ahead, 5 movements into the future. By 2004, he's debuting for the first team under Frank Rijkaard. By 2005, he's the youngest player ever to score for Barcelona. And there's this moment, this beautiful moment in 2007, when he picks up the ball near midfield against Getafe. 10 men in front of him. He goes through all of them, doesn't pass once. 60 meters, 6 defenders beaten, goalkeeper beaten. The commentator is screaming because what else can you do when you witness the impossible? People immediately compare it to Maradona's goal against England in 1986. The hand of God game, same run, same magic, except Messi did it in a league match like it was nothing. This is the natural genius, the boy who plays football like he was born with the ball at his feet, left-footed. Number 10, the heir to Maradona, to Pelé, to every wizard who ever graced a pitch. His dribbling breaks physics, low center of gravity, sudden acceleration, change of direction that leaves defenders grabbing air. But he's shy, introverted, doesn't celebrate excessively, doesn't talk to media, just plays. And when he plays, Camp Nou holds its breath, then explodes. That roar, that collective gasp when he picks up speed. Commentators running out of superlatives. He's mentored by Ronaldinho, the Brazilian genius who teaches him joy in the game, humility, how to handle pressure. Barcelona is his home now. He'll spend the next 17 years there building the greatest club career in history. But remember, this is 2004 to 2008 we're talking about. He's still developing, still young, still has Ronaldinho ahead of him. Now shift your perspective across the Mediterranean to Manchester, England, Old Trafford, the theatre of dreams. Rain drizzling on the pitch like always in England. Cold, grey. The crowd is different here. Louder, rougher, more demanding. This is English football, physical, fast. No time on the ball. No space to breathe, and there's another kid, Portuguese. Also young, just 18 when he signed in 2003, skinny, long hair, does too many tricks, gets kicked constantly, dives, defenders say. Show pony, not ready for English football's brutality. His name is Cristiano Ronaldo dos Santos Aveiro. Born February the 5th, 1985 on Madeira, a tiny Portuguese island in the Atlantic. Dirt-poor family, alcoholic father who died young, shared a room with his siblings. No money for proper equipment. Played barefoot sometimes, the classic rags to riches story, except there's more. This kid was obsessed. At Sporting CP's academy in Lisbon, coaches found him practicing alone after training, every night, free kicks, shooting, dribbling, again and again. His teammates left, he stayed. His body was skinny, weak, didn't matter, he'd build it. Manchester United signed him after a friendly where he destroyed United's defenders so badly that the players told Sir Alex Ferguson, the legendary manager, to sign him immediately. Ferguson gave him the number 7 shirt, the sacred number worn by George Best, by Eric Cantona, by David Beckham. The pressure almost crushed him. At 19, playing at Old Trafford for the first time, he tried too hard, too many tricks, lost the ball. The crowd booed, English defenders kicked him black and blue. Welcome to real football, they said. But Ferguson saw something, not just talent, hunger. This kid wanted it more than anyone he'd ever coached. Stayed after training, first one in, last one out. Obsessed with improvement. Ferguson mentored him, taught him mental toughness, taught him how to channel that desperate need to prove everyone wrong. And, slowly, Ronaldo transformed. By 2006, the tricks became purposeful. The diving accusations faded as he got stronger, stopped going down easy. The long shots became thunderbolts. Remember that free kick against Portsmouth? The one that moved like a knuckleball. The goalkeeper didn't even see it. Pure power from 40 yards. Then 2008 happens. Champions League final, Moscow, Manchester United versus Chelsea. Ronaldo scores the opening header. United wins on penalties. He's named the best player in the world. First Ballon d'Or at 23. But here's the thing about Ronaldo. He's not natural like Messi. Everything is constructed, perfected. His body is a science project. He studies nutrition, sleep patterns, recovery methods like a doctoral thesis. 5% body fat, ripped muscles. He's not the most talented player ever born. He's the most driven extroverted, where Messi is introverted. Celebrates like a peacock, where Messi points to the sky. Talks to media confidently, where Messi mumbles. Wants individual glory, wants to be seen, wants to be the hero. That's the perception anyway, in these early days. By 2009, something shifts. Barcelona has hired Pep Guardiola as manager. This philosopher coach who will perfect tiki-taka into an art form. Messi wins his first Ballon d'Or. And Ronaldo, hungry for a new challenge, makes a shocking move. He signs with Real Madrid for €94 million. World record, the most expensive player in history. And here's where it gets beautiful. Here's where destiny shows its hand. Barcelona versus Real Madrid. El Clásico, the biggest club rivalry on planet Earth. Catalans versus Castilians. Centuries of political and cultural tension playing out on a football pitch. And now, you have the two best players in the world on opposite sides. Camp Nou versus Santiago Bernabeu. Messi in Blaugrana versus Ronaldo in all white. The rivalry intensifies immediately. Not personal, not hateful, but competitive on a level football has never seen. 4 times a year they meet. League matches, cup matches, Champions League if they're lucky. The entire world stops to watch. Literally billions tuning in. The contrast is perfect. Too perfect. Messi, the silent assassin, playing for a team that dominates possession, 80% pass completion, death by 1,000 passes, then he dribbles through your entire defense and scores. Barcelona's DNA. La Masia graduate, team player, orchestrator. The false 9 Guardiola invents for him. Dropping deep, creating space, then exploding forward. Ronaldo, the statement maker, playing for a team built on counter-attacks under Jose Mourinho's tactical brilliance. Quick transitions, get the ball to Cristiano. He's evolved now, not a winger anymore. Complete forward, headers, both feet, free kicks, penalties, long shots. He's manufactured perfection, and they push each other. Dear God, do they push each other. Camp Nou, Barcelona 6, Real Madrid 2, Messi scores. The look on Ronaldo's face, pure fury. He didn't come to Madrid to lose 6-2 at Barcelona. Something breaks in him that night. Or maybe something is born. The training intensifies. Ronaldo's gym routines become legendary. 3 hours a day. Diet controlled to the gram. Sleep in 90-minute cycles for optimal REM. Cryotherapy chambers. Massage therapists on staff. He's building a machine. Messi doesn't do that, doesn't need to. His game is neurological, not physical. Visual awareness training. Spatial intelligence. He studies how defenders shift weight, which foot they favor, where spaces open before they open. His brain processes football faster than humanly possible. 2 different paths to greatness. Natural versus manufactured. Instinct versus construction. And between 2009 and 2012, they alternate Ballon d'Ors. Messi wins 4 straight, but Ronaldo wins Champions League. Then Messi wins more. Then Ronaldo breaks goal-scoring records, back and forth, like a tennis match between gods. The media tries to divide them. Fans pick sides. Messi fans say Ronaldo is just an athlete, not an artist. Ronaldo fans say Messi can't do it without Barcelona's perfect system. The debate becomes toxic on social media, but watch them in award ceremonies. That mutual respect, that nod. They never criticize each other publicly, never take the bait, because they know something the fans don't. They need each other. Without Ronaldo, Messi doesn't train as hard, doesn't push as far. Without Messi, Ronaldo doesn't evolve his game, doesn't become complete. They're mirrors.
They're rivals.
They're the reason the other is immortal. By 2012, Messi scores 73 goals in a calendar year. 73. In 1 year.
That's not human. That's not possible.
Except it is, because Ronaldo scored 63 that same year, and Messi needed to be better. Champions League nights under the floodlights. That anthem playing. Barcelona in their stripes. Madrid in brilliant white. The tunnel before El Clásico.
Messi standing quiet, focused.
Ronaldo standing tall, chest out, ready for war. Sir Alex Ferguson's influence shaped Ronaldo's mentality.
Never give up.
Believe you're the best.
Work harder than everyone.
Pep Guardiola's philosophy shaped Messi's play. The ball is your friend. Space is your weapon. Football is simple but not easy, and so the stage is set. Two legends, same era. Opposite teams.
Opposite styles.
Same hunger. What invisible force pushed them to redefine football's limits for 15 years?
That's what you need to understand. That's the story within the story. Because in 2014, everything is about to change.
The World Cup in Brazil looms. Both of them, for all their club success, are missing the one trophy that legends are measured by. The World Cup. Maradona has it. Pelé has it. Zidane has it. They don't. And that weight, that pressure, that desperate need to complete their legacies is about to push them into new territory. Places darker and brighter than either imagined, but we're getting ahead. First, you need to see how they got here. How two kids from nowhere, one with a medical condition and one from an island no one can find on a map, both ended up rewriting what we thought was possible in football. The journey is long. 15 years of brilliant heartbreak, glory, tears, records. Defeats that felt like death and victories that felt like resurrection. And through it all, they pushed each other higher, always higher, until one night in Qatar when only one of them stood on that pitch and the other watched from thousands of miles away, and football finally revealed what it had been planning all along. Before they became gods, they were just boys with impossible dreams and obstacles that should have crushed them. Let's start with Lionel. Rosario, Argentina, 1998, 11 years old. Playing for a local club called Newell's Old Boys. The kid is special.
Everyone knows it.
Coaches whisper about him. Parents of other children watch him train and shake their heads in disbelief. He's scoring goals against boys 4 years older, making them look foolish. Then the diagnosis comes: growth hormone deficiency, a rare condition where the pituitary gland doesn't produce enough hormones for normal development. Without treatment, Lionel would stop growing at around 4'7". His bones wouldn't develop properly. His muscles wouldn't strengthen. His career, before it even began, would be over. The treatment exists. Injections. Every single night. Into his legs, painful, consistent for years. Cost $900 per month. In Argentina in the late 90s, during economic collapse, that might as well be $1 million. His family tries. His father works multiple jobs. His mother cuts every corner. They approach local clubs for help. River Plate shows interest but won't commit to paying. Newell's can't afford it. The Argentine Football Federation offers nothing. Imagine being 11 years old and understanding that your body is betraying you, that the one thing you love, the only thing you're truly exceptional at, might be taken away not because you lack talent, but because your family can't afford medicine. Most kids would break. Lionel got quieter, more determined, kept playing, kept injecting himself every night when his family could scrape together enough for the treatment. His mother would find him sometimes, late at night, sitting on his bed with the needle, tears running down his face, but he'd do it. Because football wasn't a choice. It was oxygen. Then in 2000, a miracle. Barcelona sends a scout to Argentina, Carlos Rexach. He watches Lionel play for 13 minutes. 13 minutes. Afterwards, he calls Barcelona immediately. They're skeptical.
Another Argentine wonder kid?
The club had been burned before. Rexach insists. The club wants videos, reports, more time. Rexach finds a napkin in a restaurant. Writes on it that Barcelona will sign Lionel Messi, commit to his treatment, bring him to Spain. He signs it.
Makes it official on a piece of paper that should have been trash. That napkin is worth millions now.
It's in a museum, but here's what they don't tell you about that decision.
Lionel had to leave everything.
His family stayed in Argentina initially. He moved to Barcelona at 13, alone, didn't speak Spanish well, Catalan even less. The other kids at La Masia were older, established, spoke a different language. He was tiny, foreign, sick. The injections continued.
Every night for years.
Building his body one painful shot at a time. He'd call home crying, homesick, lonely. His grandmother, the person closest to him, would tell him to be strong, to remember why he was there. She died before she could see him play for Barcelona's first team. He still points to the sky after every goal. For her, La Masia became his home. The Barcelona way became his religion. Keep the ball.
Trust your teammates.
Movement creates space. He absorbed it like gospel. But he also kept that Argentine street football instinct.
That chaos.
That willingness to try the impossible. By 2003, he's training with Barcelona's B team. By 2004, Frank Rijkaard gives him his first team debut.
Friendly against Porto, he's 17.
Ronaldinho is the star, the Brazilian genius who plays with joy, who smiles while destroying defenders. Ronaldinho takes Lionel under his wing, teaches him how to handle pressure, how to enjoy the game even when millions are watching, how to stay humble when the world starts calling you the chosen one. That mentorship shapes everything Lionel becomes. November 2005. Lionel scores his first official goal for Barcelona.
Against Albacete.
Ronaldinho assists. The celebration tells you everything. Ronaldinho is more excited than Lionel.
Lifting him up. Pure happiness.
This is the Barcelona DNA, joy in the game. Collective success over individual glory. Then comes April 18, 2007, Copa del Rey semi-final. Barcelona versus Getafe. Lionel picks up the ball just inside Getafe's half. What happens next doesn't make sense in real time. You have to watch it in slow motion to understand the mechanics. He accelerates. First defender lunges.
Lionel shifts the ball with his left foot, keeps running. Second defender comes in harder.
Lionel drops his shoulder. The ball stays glued to his foot. Defender grasps air. Third defender. Same thing. Fourth, fifth. He's in the penalty box now. Sixth defender tries to block the angle. Lionel rounds him like he's a training cone. Goalkeeper comes out. Lionel chips it over him with his left foot. Goal. 60 meters.
6 players beaten, no passes.
Just pure, impossible dribbling. The commentator loses his mind.
Camp Nou erupts.
Even Getafe's players stand there looking confused, like they're not sure what just happened. Replays show it from every angle. People immediately compare it to Diego Maradona's second goal against England in 1986. The goal of the century, except Maradona did it in a World Cup quarter-final.
Lionel did it on a random Wednesday in the Copa del Rey, like it was nothing. That goal announces something to the football world.
This isn't just a talented kid anymore.
This is something different.
Something we haven't seen before. Now let's shift across Europe. To England, to a young Portuguese kid who's learning that talent alone won't save you. Cristiano Ronaldo dos Santos Aveiro. Born on Madeira, an island so small and isolated that most Europeans couldn't find it on a map. His father named him Cristiano after Ronald Reagan,
American president.
Strange choice for a poor Portuguese family, but his father was a patriot, a dreamer, also an alcoholic. Cristiano grew up in a tin-roofed house in Funchal, shared a bedroom with his brother and sisters. His mother worked as a cook and cleaner. His father was the kit man for a local football club, which meant Cristiano got to be around football constantly, but they had no money. None. He'd play barefoot on the streets.
Kick bottles, cans, anything round.
The other kids were bigger, older, rougher. Didn't matter. He'd nutmeg them, dribble past them, score.
Even then he had that arrogance.
That belief that he was special. At 10 years old, he moved from Madeira to Lisbon to join Sporting CP's academy, 300 miles from home.
Left his family.
The academy was professional, structured, intense. But Cristiano stood out immediately, not just for skill, but for obsession. Coaches would find him in the gym after training, on the practice field alone at night, doing extra shooting drills, extra sprints, extra everything. His teammates thought he was crazy. Why work so hard when you're already better than everyone? Because being better than everyone in Lisbon wasn't enough. Cristiano wanted to be the best in the world, and he knew, somehow understood at 12 years old, that talent without work dies young. His father died in 2005. Liver failure. Alcoholism. Cristiano was 20.
Rising star at Manchester United.
He flew home for the funeral, destroyed emotionally. His father never got to see him become truly great. That pain, that absence, it fueled something dark and powerful in Cristiano. Prove everyone wrong, make the sacrifice worth it. But let's rewind to 2003. Cristiano is 18. Sporting CP plays Manchester United in a pre-season friendly. Cristiano is starting. This skinny kid with frosted tips and diamond earrings. He proceeds to destroy Manchester United's defenders. Step-overs, pace, tricks. Every time he gets the ball, something happens. After the match, United's players tell Sir Alex Ferguson he has to sign this kid. Immediately, Ferguson, the greatest manager in English football history, makes an offer. £6 million. Sporting accepts. Cristiano arrives at Old Trafford wearing the number 7 shirt. George Best's number. Eric Cantona's number. David Beckham's number. The most iconic shirt in English football history. The pressure is suffocating. His first season is rough. He tries too much.
Too many tricks.
Loses the ball. Gets kicked constantly by defenders who see a showboating teenager and want to humble him. English football is physical, brutal. Refs let a lot go. Cristiano goes down easily at first. Defenders call him a diver. Fans boo him at away stadiums. Then 2006 World Cup happens. Quarter-final. England versus Portugal. The match goes to penalties after a brutal, physical game. During the match, Cristiano's club teammate Wayne Rooney gets sent off for stamping on a Portuguese player. TV cameras catch Cristiano winking at the Portuguese bench right after. The English media explodes. He got Rooney sent off on purpose. Betrayed his club teammate. The hate is intense. Death threats. Cristiano wants to leave England.
Can't handle it. Ferguson sits him down. Tells him this is the moment that defines him.
Weak players run. Great players use hate as fuel. Turn it into something productive. Channel it, Cristiano stays.
Something hardens in him that summer.
He comes back for the 2006 season different, stronger, more focused, less flash, more substance. Still does tricks, but purposeful now. Gets kicked, stays up, scores anyway. The transformation accelerates. He's in the gym constantly, building his body.
His legs become tree trunks.
His core rock solid. He starts studying free kick techniques obsessively. Watches videos of Roberto Carlos, Juninho, the Masters. Practices for hours after training. Different approaches, different ball speeds, different spins. Then 2008, that free kick against Portsmouth. January, Cristiano lines it up from 35 yards.
Runs up, hits it with the outside of his right foot.
The ball moves like it's alive. Dips, swerves, knuckles. The goalkeeper, David James, one of England's best, doesn't even move. Just watches it fly past him into the top corner. Physics professors analyze that kick. The ball had almost no spin. That's why it moves so erratically. Wind resistance on the panels created unpredictable movement. Cristiano somehow taught himself to hit it that way. That same year, Champions League final. Moscow, May 21st, 2008. Manchester United versus Chelsea.
All-English final.
Cristiano scores the opening goal with a header,
Leaps above everyone. Hangs in the air.
towers the ball past Peter Cech. The match goes to penalties. Cristiano takes one, misses. For a moment it looks like everything might collapse, but United wins anyway. John Terry slips on his penalty. United lifts the Champions League trophy. Cristiano's first. 6 months later, December 2008, he wins his first Ballon d'Or, 23 years old. Best player in the world. The boy from Madeira with nothing has conquered Europe, but he's not satisfied. Can never be satisfied. Because across Spain, in Barcelona, there's another kid his age winning everything too.
4 years younger, actually.
This Argentine with long hair, who dribbles like the ball, is tied to his foot. Lionel Messi wins the 2009 Ballon d'Or. Barcelona under Pep Guardiola wins everything that year. La Liga, Copa del Rey, Champions League, the treble. Lionel is the centerpiece, playing false nine, dropping deep, creating space, then exploding forward to score. Cristiano watches this, sees Barcelona destroy everyone, sees Lionel becoming the narrative, decides he needs a new challenge. Real Madrid comes calling. Florentino Perez, the president, wants to build Galacticos 2.0, already has Qatar, wants Cristiano, offers 94 million euros.
World record.
Most expensive player in history. June 2009, Cristiano signs. 80,000 people show up to his presentation at the Bernabeu.
80,000.
For a presentation. He walks out in the all-white kit, holds it up, and you can see it in his eyes. He didn't come here to be second best. He came here to dethrone Barcelona, to dethrone Lionel Messi. The collision course is set, both mentored by legends. Lionel by Ronaldinho, learning joy and humility. Cristiano by Ferguson, learning mental toughness and resilience, both carrying childhood trauma. Lionel's medical struggles and homesickness. Cristiano's poverty and his father's death, both obsessed, both driven, both already legendary, but nowhere near their final form yet. The call to competition wasn't just about football. It was about proving something deeper. Lionel needed to prove that despite his size, despite starting life with a deficiency, he belonged among the immortals. Cristiano needed to prove that hard work could match natural genius, that the poor kid from the island could become the greatest. And now they were in the same league. El Clásico, 4 times a year minimum. The whole world watching. Ancient football gods seemed to craft 2 perfect opposites and place them in the exact same era, in rival clubs to see what would happen. What happened was the greatest rivalry sport has ever seen. But it wasn't built on hatred. It was built on mutual recognition. Each saw in the other what they feared most about themselves. Lionel feared his natural gifts wouldn't be enough without evolution. Cristiano feared his manufactured excellence would never match pure genius. So they pushed, trained harder, played better,
Scored more.
won more. And football, beautiful football, evolved because of it. By 2009, both are already world-class. Lionel just won his first major international trophy with Argentina at the Under-20 World Cup years earlier. Cristiano just won the European Championship. Wait, no, he didn't. Portugal lost the 2004 Euro final at home. He cried on the pitch. 20 years old, devastated, that pain stays with him. That image of him as a kid, crying after losing a final in his home country. It becomes fuel. Everything becomes fuel for Cristiano. They're ready now, both of them. Ready for the decade that will define football. Ready to push each other to heights nobody thought possible. The journey to greatness doesn't start with glory. It starts with 2 boys who should have failed.
One too small and sick.
One too poor and isolated. But both too stubborn to accept limitations. That stubbornness, that refusal to be normal.
That's what makes legends. And legends, true legends,
don't compete against other players. They compete against impossibility itself. 2008 to 2009, this is where everything changes. where the rivalry stops being potential and becomes reality, Cristiano has just won the Ballon d'Or with Manchester United, Champions League winner, Premier League champion. At 23, he's conquered England, standing at the summit of European football, holding the most prestigious individual award in the sport. You'd think that would be enough. It's not even close to enough, because in Barcelona, something revolutionary is happening. Pep Guardiola, a former Barcelona midfielder, becomes manager in 2008. This philosophical coach who thinks football is art, who believes in possession as religion, who will take Barcelona's style and perfect it into something the world has never seen, and his weapon. Lionel Messi. Pep does something radical. He moves Lionel from the wing to the centre, but not as a traditional striker, as what becomes known as a false nine. He drops deep into midfield, dragging defenders with him, creating space for others. Then suddenly he's gone, accelerating into that space, receiving the ball, and it's too late. The 2008 to 2009 season becomes Barcelona's masterpiece. Xavi and Andrés Iniesta in midfield, conducting symphonies of passes.
Lionel between them and up front, the final brushstroke.
Tiki-taka perfected. Pass, 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 move, pass, pass, goal. Opponents can't get the ball.
Can't breathe.
Barcelona suffocates teams with possession. They win La Liga, win the Copa del Rey. Then, May 27, 2009, Rome, Champions League final. Barcelona versus Manchester United. Cristiano's United. The team he just won the Champions League with a year ago, it's not even close. Barcelona dominates.
Lionel scores a header. A header.
This 5'7" magician outjumps defenders and powers a header past Edwin van der Sar. Barcelona wins 2-0, the treble complete. Every trophy available, Cristiano stands on that pitch in Rome, watching Barcelona celebrate, and something inside him screams. This is his competition now.
Not just winning.
Beating them. Beating him. 1 month later, June 2009, Cristiano signs with Real Madrid for €94 million. The presentation at the Santiago Bernabeu is insane. 80,000 people. He walks out in the famous all-white kit, number 9 at first, because Raúl has number 7. The crowd chants his name. He's already a god here, hasn't even played yet. Florentino Perez, Real Madrid's president, has a vision. Galacticos 2.0, bring in the biggest stars, Cristiano. Kaká from AC Milan, Benzema from Lyon. Build a team to destroy Barcelona's dominance. But here's the problem. Barcelona isn't just good, they're historically great. And they have Lionel Messi playing the best football anyone has ever seen, the 2009 to 2010 season. Cristiano's first year at Real Madrid.
Expectations are impossible.
He's the most expensive player ever. He has to deliver immediately. Madrid haven't won La Liga in years, haven't won the Champions League since 2002. Meanwhile, Barcelona is rolling.
Lionel is scoring for fun.
That false 9 position makes him unmarkable. Defenders don't know whether to push up or drop back. By the time they decide, he's gone. November 29, 2009, El Clásico. Camp Nou. Barcelona 1, Real Madrid 0. Lionel scores. Tight match, but Barcelona wins. Cristiano is frustrated, working hard but can't break through yet. Then May 2010, another Clásico. This time it matters less in the table, but symbolically it's everything.
And it's brutal. Barcelona destroys Real Madrid.
6-2 at the Bernabeu, Real Madrid's fortress. Their cathedral. Barcelona comes in and plays them off their own pitch. Lionel doesn't score, but he's everywhere, creating, moving, making Madrid's defenders look like traffic cones. The humiliation is complete. Cristiano stands there, hands on hips, staring at the scoreboard like it's mocking him personally. Because it is. That night changes things. Cristiano could have broken, could have doubted the move. Instead, he doubles down. If this is the standard, then he'll meet it. No, he'll exceed it. His training regimen becomes legendary. 3 hours a day in the gym.
Not just lifting.
Specific muscle groups for explosive power. Core work for balance and strength in the air. Plyometrics for jumping. His vertical leap starts measuring at 30 inches. For context, that's NBA level. He's basically flying when he goes for headers. Diet becomes science. Body fat drops to 7%, then lower.
5%. Ripped to shreds.
Every meal calculated. Protein intake, carb timing, hydration levels. He has nutritionists on staff. Sleep patterns measured. He discovers sleeping in multiple 90-minute cycles maximizes REM sleep and recovery. People joke about his obsession. Teammates tell stories about him looking at himself in mirrors, flexing. But it's not vanity, it's construction. He's building the perfect athlete because he knows natural talent alone won't beat Lionel Messi, so he removes every possible disadvantage. Meanwhile, Lionel doesn't do any of that, doesn't need to. His game is neurological, not physical.
Visual awareness.
He sees the game 3 seconds ahead of everyone else. While defenders are reacting to where he is, he's already calculated where space will open, and he's moving there. Stories emerge from Barcelona's training. Coaches setting up drills where Lionel has to dribble through cones blindfolded, relying purely on touch and spatial memory. He completes them perfectly. His brain and feet are connected in ways that seem supernatural, but he's still human,
Still shy.
doesn't talk much to media, doesn't celebrate like Cristiano, just points to the sky for his grandmother, hugs teammates, moves on to the next match. The contrast couldn't be more perfect. Cristiano, the extrovert, the showman, the guy who takes his shirt off and flexes after scoring. Lionel, the introvert, the quiet assassin, the guy who looks uncomfortable in interviews. 2010 to 2011 season. Jose Mourinho becomes Real Madrid manager.
This is massive.
Mourinho, the special one, the tactical genius who won Champions League with Porto and Inter Milan. He's been hired specifically to beat Barcelona, and he knows exactly how to do it.
Counter-attacking football.
Sit deep, absorb pressure, then hit them on the break with pace. Get the ball to Cristiano and let him destroy them. It works. Sometimes Madrid wins Copa del Rey in 2011, beating Barcelona in the final. Cristiano scores. The celebration is pure emotion, finally beating them in something important. But April 27, 2011, Champions League, semi-final first leg. Real Madrid versus Barcelona, Bernabeu. The tension is unbearable. Entire football world watching. This is the biggest club match possible. Lionel scores twice at the Bernabeu in the Champions League semi-final. The second goal is obscene. Picks up the ball, dribbles past 3 defenders like they're not there, slots it past Iker Casillas. Madrid's legendary goalkeeper can only watch. Madrid loses 2-0, they're eliminated. Season over. Cristiano walks off the pitch with tears in his eyes. Not sad tears, frustrated tears.
Angry tears. How much more does he have to do? How much better does he have to get? After that match, Cristiano doesn't speak to media.
Doesn't do interviews. Goes straight to the training ground. His teammates find him there at midnight, alone, practicing free kicks under the floodlights. This is what greatness looks like.
Not accepting defeat.
Using it as fuel, the 2011 to 2012 season. Lionel wins his 3rd Ballon d'Or. Barcelona is still dominant. But Cristiano is evolving, adapting. His game becomes more efficient.
Less tricks.
More goals. He's not trying to dribble past 5 players like Lionel. He's positioning himself perfectly, making runs defenders can't track, finishing with ruthless efficiency. 55 goals that season, in all competitions.
55. That's not normal.
That's not human. But then Lionel scores 73 goals in the 2012 calendar year.
73.
Breaking Gerd Müller's record that stood for 40 years. Every time Cristiano raises the bar, Lionel raises it higher. People outside football don't understand what this means.
These aren't just numbers.
Every goal represents hours of training, tactical adjustments, mental preparation. These are 2 humans pushing each other into territory no athlete has ever occupied. Lionel wins his 4th straight Ballon d'Or in 2012, 4 in a row. Never been done before. Pelé never did it. Maradona never did it. Cruyff never did it. Lionel Messi, the kid with growth hormone deficiency who should have stopped growing at 4'7", has 4 Ballon d'Or before turning 26. Cristiano finishes second. Again, the vote isn't even close, and you can see it bothering him.
Not jealousy.
Respect, but also hunger. He congratulates Lionel publicly, shakes his hand at the ceremony, but inside he's calculating. What more can I do? What haven't I perfected yet? He starts studying opponents obsessively, watches full matches of upcoming teams, notes goalkeeper tendencies. Which side do they dive on penalties? Do they come off their line for crosses? Every detail catalogued, aerial ability becomes his weapon. His vertical leap is already elite. Now he adds timing. Cristiano starts scoring headers from positions that should be impossible.
Hanging in the air.
Towering above defenders 6 inches taller, physics doesn't seem to apply, and free kicks. His free kicks become weapons of terror. Goalkeepers fear them.
That knuckleball technique.
No spin, unpredictable movement. He practices until his foot is bruised, until he can hit that exact spot on the ball every single time. Lionel, meanwhile, is making free kicks look easy too, but differently, curling them over walls with his left foot. Precision over power. 40-yard passes that land on teammates' feet like guided missiles. His technical ability is so pure it looks effortless. Xavi, Barcelona's midfield maestro, says in an interview that playing with Lionel is like having a cheat code. He sees passes that don't exist, makes runs that create space out of nothing, understands team dynamics instinctively. Cristiano at Madrid is different. Mourinho builds the team around his explosiveness. Quick transitions. Get him the ball in space.
He'll do the rest. And he does. Scores in bunches.
Hat-tricks become routine.
4 goals in a match.
5 goals in a match. The rivalry intensifies to levels nobody predicted. El Clásico becomes the most watched sporting event on the planet. Bigger than the Super Bowl, bigger than any single match in any sport. Billions watching worldwide, and it's not just the matches. It's everything. Award ceremonies where they sit next to each other, suited up, professional, but you can feel the competitive tension.
Media asking them to compare themselves.
Both refusing to take the bait, giving diplomatic answers. But their play speaks. Every match is a statement. Every goal is a response. Cristiano scores a hat-trick. Lionel scores 4. Back and forth. An arms race of excellence, 2012 to 2013 season. Madrid finally wins La Liga. Cristiano has his best season yet. 55 goals, 12 assists, carrying Madrid to the title. Breaking Barcelona's dominance. But Barcelona wins the Champions League.
No, Bayern Munich wins.
Both Madrid and Barcelona eliminated. Neither Cristiano nor Lionel lifts the big trophy that year, and that's important, because for all their individual brilliance, football is still a team sport.
They need help.
They need teammates who can match their level, and sometimes, even with them, it's not enough. Lionel wins the 2012 Ballon d'Or, 5th overall, but Cristiano is closer now. The gap is narrowing. Cristiano is adapting, evolving, finding new ways to impact matches. Their training methods are polar opposites, but equally obsessive. Cristiano in the gym sculpting his body, Lionel on the pitch perfecting his touch. Cristiano studying video footage and opponent weaknesses. Lionel playing with his sons, maintaining that joy Ronaldinho taught him. Different paths, same destination, greatness. And here's what makes their journey special. They could have played in different eras. Cristiano could have been born 10 years earlier, Lionel 10 years later. They could have dominated separately, each collecting Ballons d'Or without competition. Instead, they overlapped perfectly. Same peak years, same league for nearly a decade.
Rival clubs.
Opposite styles, the universe put them on a collision course and said, let's see what happens when two once-in-a-generation talents occupy the same generation. What happened was, they stopped being once in a generation. They became once in history, because neither would have reached these heights alone. The competition, the comparison, the constant pressure to be better than the other guy, It pushed them past human limits. Training alone doesn't create 73 goals in a year. Natural talent alone doesn't create free kicks that defy physics. You need both. And more than that, you need someone equally great forcing you to find more, to dig deeper, to refuse to settle. That's what they gave each other. Permission to be superhuman.
Because if the other guy is doing it, you have to match it.
Or surpass it. By 2013, the journey to greatness has become the greatest show on earth. Every match they play is analysed frame by frame, every goal compared, every celebration debated. The world is split into two camps. Team Messi, Team Ronaldo, but the players themselves, they're beyond that.
They respect each other too much?
Understand the weight they both carry, the pressure,
The expectations.
the knowledge that millions of kids worldwide are watching, trying to replicate their moves in streets and parks and fields. They've become more than players.
They're symbols.
Different philosophies of how to achieve perfection. And both philosophies work. Both produce magic. Both rewrite what we thought was possible. The journey isn't over.
Not even close.
This is just the beginning of a 15-year story. But already, by 2013, they've changed football forever. Scoring 50 goals a season used to be impossible. Now it's expected. From both of them. Winning Ballon d'Ors used to be career-defining. Now it's just another year, they've raised the floor of what greatness means.
And the ceiling?
They keep pushing it higher, together, rivals, opponents. But in a strange way, partners in football's evolution. The greatest journey isn't a solo climb. It's two climbers on opposite sides of the same mountain, each pushing higher because they can see the other climbing too. That's what this is. The greatest journey to greatness football has ever seen. And we're witnessing it in real time, watching two humans do things that shouldn't be possible. The best part?
They're just getting started.
By 2013, something strange is happening. Patterns emerging that nobody predicted. Watch the Ballon d'Or ceremonies from 2008 to 2013. 6 years, 6 ceremonies.
Only two names, Cristiano, Lionel, Cristiano. They're
Trading the award back and forth like it's a private conversation. Nobody else is invited to join. Every other player on Earth is competing for third place.
That's not an exaggeration.
Xavi, Andrés Iniesta, Frank Ribery, Manuel Neuer, world-class legends, they're fighting for bronze while these two pass gold and silver between them. Football has never seen this before. Pelé and Eusebio never dominated awards like this. Maradona and Platini had competition from multiple sources. Cruyff and Beckenbauer existed in different eras, different leagues, different contexts, but Cristiano and Lionel,
Same league.
same time, same peak, splitting every major award between them for over a decade. The 2013 to 2014 season reveals something deeper about their rivalry.
Real Madrid needs the Champions League. Desperately. La décima.
The 10th European Cup. The club has been obsessed with it since winning their 9th in 2002. 12 years of failure. 12 years of coming close and falling short. Cristiano joined Madrid in 2009 specifically for this. 5 years later, he still hasn't delivered it. The pressure is enormous. Madrid fans expect Champions League glory.
That's the standard.
Anything less is failure. Carlo Ancelotti becomes manager. Italian. Calm. Experienced. Won Champions League as player and manager. He understands how to handle egos, how to build team chemistry, how to navigate the pressure cooker of Real Madrid. He builds the team around Cristiano, but not the way Mourinho did.
Not counter-attacking.
More balanced. Luka Modric and Toni Kroos in midfield providing control. Gareth Bale on the wing for width. Karim Benzema up front doing the dirty work, creating space, letting Cristiano be the finisher. It works beautifully. Madrid storms through the Champions League. Cristiano scores 17 goals in the competition. 17. In one Champions League campaign. That's more than entire teams score. May 24, 2014, Lisbon, Champions League final. Real Madrid versus Atletico Madrid.
The derby, all Spanish final.
Tension unbearable because Atletico is having a miracle season under Diego Simeone. They won La Liga, breaking the Barcelona-Madrid duopoly. They're in the Champions League final. They're 90 minutes from perfection. The match is tight, physical, scrappy, not pretty.
Atletico scores first.
Diego Godin header. They defend like their lives depend on it.
Parking the bus.
Every player behind the ball.
Cristiano can't find space. Can't break through. 90 minutes.
Atletico leading. 3 minutes of stoppage time. Corner kick for Madrid. Sergio Ramos rises, headers it in. 1-1. Extra time, Atletico is broken.
Mentally, physically, emotionally.
They had it. They were 90 seconds away from the greatest achievement in their history. Now they have to play 30 more minutes against a team built with unlimited money and the best player on the planet. Extra time is a massacre. Bale scores. Marcelo scores. Then Cristiano. A penalty. He runs up 120 minutes of frustration behind every step and smashes it into the net. Takes off his shirt, flexes, screams. Pure primal release, la decima complete.
Real Madrid wins 4-1. Cristiano has his second Champions League.
But more importantly, he delivered for Madrid. The monkey is off his back. The criticism's silenced. He didn't come to Madrid and fail. He came and conquered. The celebration photos tell the story. Cristiano shirtless, muscles gleaming under Lisbon's lights, holding the trophy above his head. This is his moment.
His vindication.
Everything he worked for since leaving Manchester United 5 years ago. That summer, 2014 World Cup in Brazil. Both Cristiano and Lionel go in as favourites to lead their countries deep. Both fail spectacularly. Portugal doesn't escape the group stage. Cristiano, dealing with injuries, can't carry him.
Eliminated early.
Germany wins the group. USA beats them. It's a disaster. Argentina goes further.
Lionel leads them to the final.
Plays well throughout, but not brilliantly. The team defends magnificently. Barely concedes. Semi-final against Netherlands goes to penalties. Lionel doesn't take one of the first 5.
Argentina wins.
Final against Germany, July 13, 2014, Maracanã Stadium, Rio de Janeiro, the cathedral of football.
Argentina versus Germany.
Lionel's chance to do what Maradona did in 1986, win the World Cup, complete his legacy, silence every critic who says he can't do it on the international stage. The match is cagey, tight. Chances at both ends, but neither team can break through.
Lionel has moments, almost scores.
Hits the post. Germany defends well, absorbs pressure. Extra time. Again, Pontman, 13th minute.
Mario Götze, German substitute.
Chest control, volley, goal. Germany leads 1-0, 7 minutes left.
Argentina can't respond. Final whistle.
Germany wins the World Cup. Lionel stands on the pitch, devastated.
They give him the golden ball, best player of the tournament.
He doesn't care, doesn't want it, walks past it initially.
Has to be called back to accept it.
What's the point of individual awards when you lose the final? That image becomes iconic for all the wrong reasons. Lionel standing there, golden ball in hand, staring at the German team celebrating, looking lost. This is his Maradona moment and he couldn't seize it. The criticism intensifies.
Can't win the World Cup. Can't do it for Argentina. Only looks good at Barcelona with perfect teammates and perfect system.
It's unfair, but it sticks. Public pressure mounting. Meanwhile, Cristiano wins the 2014 Ballon d'Or, his second. La Décima, 17 Champions League goals. He's back on top. The narrative shifts. Cristiano delivers in big moments. Cristiano lifts trophies. Lionel collects individual awards but can't win when it matters most. This is superficial analysis.
Lazy thinking.
Football is a team sport. Lionel played brilliantly throughout that World Cup. Argentina's attack beyond him was mediocre.
One player can't win a World Cup alone.
But narratives don't care about nuance. The 2014 to 2015 season, Barcelona brings in Luis Suarez from Liverpool. Now they have MSN, Messi, Suarez, Neymar, three of the best attackers on the planet. The chemistry is instant. They combine beautifully. Suarez, the striker. Neymar, the pace and flair.
Lionel, the conductor. Barcelona wins the treble.
La Liga, Copa del Rey, Champions League.
Lionel scores in the final against Juventus.
His fourth Champions League title. Cristiano watching from home because Madrid got eliminated by Juventus in the semi-finals. Lionel wins the 2015 Ballon d'Or, fifth, more than anyone in history. He's 28 years old. 5 Ballon d'Or, the argument seems settled. Lionel is the greatest, statistically, individually, collectively. But 2016 changes everything. Both players face their toughest year yet. Personal struggles, public failures, moments that could define their legacies negatively. Lionel plays 3 finals with Argentina in consecutive years. 2014 World Cup final, lost. 2015 Copa America final against Chile.
Lost on penalties.
2016 Copa America final.
Against Chile again.
Lost on penalties again. June 26, 2016, MetLife Stadium, New Jersey. Copa America Centenario final. Argentina versus Chile. The match goes to penalties. Lionel takes the first penalty.
Skies it completely, misses, just blast it over the bar.
Argentina loses the shootout. Afterwards, Lionel announces his retirement from international football. Devastated, done, can't handle the pressure anymore.
Can't carry Argentina to a trophy.
3 finals, 3 losses. The weight finally breaks him. The announcement shakes football. Lionel Messi retiring at 29. The greatest player of his generation walking away from his national team. The criticism from Argentina is brutal. Some blame him, some defend him. The country divides. Meanwhile, Cristiano is having a different kind of 2016. Portugal enters the European Championship as underdogs.
Not favourites, not even close.
France is hosting. Germany is strong. Spain is always dangerous. Portugal barely scrapes through the group stage. 3rd place.
Advances on a technicality. Then something magical happens.
Portugal starts winning. Not convincingly, not beautifully,
but winning.
Cristiano scores against Hungary. Doesn't score much after, but his presence, his leadership, carries them to July 10, 2016 final. Portugal versus France. Stade de France, Paris. Cristiano gets injured early. 25th minute. Dimitri Payet crashes into his knee. Cristiano tries to continue. Can't. Hobbles off. Crying. Angry. His tournament ending in the final. Portugal has to win without him. Extra time. Cristiano is on the sideline, coaching, yelling instructions, limping up and down, acting like a manager. His teammates feed off it. Ada, a substitute striker nobody rates, takes a shot from distance. 109th minute. Goal. Portugal leads 1-0. They hold on. Win. Portugal's first major trophy in history. Cristiano lifts the trophy despite not playing most of the final. The images are everywhere.
Him crying. Him celebrating with teammates.
Him holding the Euro trophy above his head. This is massive for his legacy.
International trophy, finally. The criticism that he can't win for Portugal, silenced.
Yes, he got injured in the final, but he carried them there.
Scored important goals throughout.
Provided leadership. That same summer, Cristiano wins another Champions League with Real Madrid. Wait, no, that was 2014. No, 2016 they win again. Madrid beats Atletico Madrid in the final. Again. This time on penalties. Cristiano scores the winning penalty. His celebration is iconic. Removes his shirt, flexes muscles for days, screaming at the sky. That same summer, Cristiano wins another Champions League with Real Madrid. Wait, no, that was 2014. No, 2016 they win again. Madrid beats Atletico Madrid in the final. Again, this time on penalties. Cristiano scores the winning penalty. His celebration is iconic. Removes his shirt, flexes muscles for days, screaming at the sky. 2 huge trophies in 2016, Euro with Portugal. Champions League with Madrid. 17 goals in the Champions League again. He's unstoppable. December 2016, Ballon d'Or ceremony. Cristiano wins.
4th overall.
One behind Lionel. The gap closing. The narrative completely flipped from 6 months earlier when Lionel seemed untouchable. This is when people start noticing the pattern. These two don't just compete. They respond to each other. Lionel has a great year, wins the Ballon d'Or. Cristiano has a response year, wins it back. Back and forth. Push and pull. The hidden pattern emerges.
Neither would have these numbers without the other.
Lionel doesn't score 73 goals in 2012 if Cristiano isn't scoring 60. Cristiano doesn't perfect his aerial game if Lionel isn't dribbling through entire teams. They force each other to evolve. Different training methods, but same obsession. Cristiano in cryotherapy chambers, optimizing recovery, building his body into a machine. Lionel doing cognitive exercises, improving his spatial awareness, perfecting his first touch. Universal techniques they both use.
Visualization before matches.
Studying opponents. Pressure management in decisive moments. Both meditate in their own ways. Cristiano through affirmations and mirror work, building confidence. Lionel through family time and quiet reflection, staying grounded. Cross-cultural influences merging. South American flair meets European discipline. Lionel brings the Argentine street football chaos and unpredictability. Cristiano brings the Portuguese work ethic and professionalism. Modern football evolves by absorbing both approaches. And here's what nobody talks about enough. They never criticize each other publicly, ever. In interviews, they're diplomatic, respectful. Cristiano says Lionel is incredible.
Lionel says Cristiano is one of the best. No trash talk.
No disrespect, because they understand what they share. The pressure of being the best. The weight of millions expecting perfection every match. The loneliness at the top where nobody else understands what it's like. They're not friends. Don't hang out.
Don't text.
But there's mutual respect that transcends competition. Recognition of shared burden. Award ceremonies tell this story. They sit next to each other, suited up, watching the other win, applauding, shaking hands, professional. The cameras search for drama, for tension. There isn't any. Just two men who know exactly what the other sacrificed to be there. By 2016, the rivalry has been going strong for 8 years. Both have multiple Ballons d'Or. Both have Champions League titles. Both have scored over 500 career goals. Numbers that seemed impossible a decade ago are now routine. The football world splits. Endless debates.
Who is better?
Barcelona fans say Lionel, obviously. Madrid fans say Cristiano, no question. Neutral fans agonize over the choice.
Make lists.
Compare statistics.
Analyze playing styles, but maybe that's the wrong question.
Maybe asking who is better misses the entire point. Because the beauty isn't that one is better. The beauty is that both exist simultaneously, pushing each other to levels neither could reach alone. Think about it. If Lionel played in the 2000s without Cristiano, would he score 73 goals in a year? Would he win 5 Ballon d'Or by age 28?
Maybe, probably not.
The competition drove him. The constant comparison. The media asking after every match, was that better than what Cristiano did yesterday? Same with Cristiano. Without Lionel, does he perfect his game to such extremes? Does he become obsessed with aerial dominance, free kick mastery, efficiency? Or does he settle for being great instead of transcendent? They needed each other, not as friends.
Not as allies, as mirrors.
Showing each other what's possible when you refuse to accept limits. The initial championship discoveries from 2009 to 2016 reveal football's greatest secret. Excellence requires opposition. Greatness needs context. Legends need worthy adversaries. Ali had Frazier. Federer had Nadal. Bird had Magic. But those rivalries were good. This is different. This is two athletes simultaneously redefining what their sport can be. Not in one discipline, but in everything. Scoring, creating, leading, winning. By 2016, both have international trophies now. Cristiano with Portugal's Euro. Lionel not yet, but his time will come. Both have multiple Champions Leagues. Both have broken every scoring record imaginable, and they're not slowing down. They're both past 30 now, age when most players decline. Start thinking about retirement. Legacy secure, why keep pushing? Because the other guy is still pushing.
That's why the championship discoveries keep coming. New records, new trophies.
New moments of brilliance that make you question physics and human capability. But underneath all of it, a deeper truth forming. One that neither player nor the media has fully articulated yet. One that won't become clear until years later, in Qatar, on one warm December night. Their rivalry wasn't about destroying each other. It was about creating something greater than either could build alone, a new standard for football, a blueprint for the next generation, proof that excellence isn't limited, that two people can both be the greatest in different ways. The world kept asking them to compete for one throne. They were too busy building two thrones at the exact same height side by side, forcing everyone to accept that football was big enough for both. That's what the championship years taught us, not who won more. But that winning was never the only point. The point was the journey, the evolution, the mutual elevation, and we were just reaching the halfway point. By 2016, the media narrative becomes lazy, reductive, dangerous. Every article, every debate, every sports show boils their rivalry down to one thing: goals and trophies.
Numbers on a spreadsheet.
Who scored more this season?
Who won more titles?
Who has more Ballons d'Or right now? As if football, this beautiful complex sport, can be reduced to arithmetic. The binary thinking takes over. Messi equals natural talent. Born with it, gifted. Ronaldo equals hard work. Built himself. Manufactured excellence. The classic nature versus nurture debate playing out on football pitches. It's insulting to both of them. Lionel works obsessively, stays after training, practices free kicks for hours,
Studies opponents.
The idea that he just shows up and magic happens ignores the thousands of hours he's invested perfecting his craft.
Natural talent gets you noticed at 13.
It doesn't carry you to 5 Ballons d'Or. Cristiano has incredible natural gifts. His spatial awareness, his timing on headers, his ability to read defensive lines. You can't teach a 30-inch vertical leap just through gym work. You can't manufacture the instinct to be in the right place at the right time. He was blessed with physical tools most humans don't possess. But the narrative doesn't care about complexity. It wants simple stories. Genius versus grinder.
Artist versus athlete.
Barcelona versus Madrid.
Pick a side.
Defend it to the death on social media. The toxicity reaches new levels.
Online forums become war zones.
Fans attacking each other over statistics. Death threats sent to journalists who dare suggest one might be better than the other. Players who compliment both get accused of fence-sitting. It's exhausting, and it misses the entire point, because 2016 reveals something the superficial analysis can't capture. Both players are vulnerable. Both can fail. Both carry weight that sometimes becomes too heavy. Lionel's temporary retirement from Argentina in June 2016 isn't weakness. It's human. 3 finals, 3 losses. The pressure from an entire country expecting him to be Maradona, to single-handedly win a World Cup, to carry a flawed team to glory. It breaks him temporarily, the image of him missing that penalty against Chile, blasting it into the stratosphere, then announcing retirement.
That's not lack of talent.
That's the weight of impossible expectations finally crushing even the strongest shoulders. Argentina begs him to return. Players, fans, the president of the country. They need him. Within 2 months, he reverses his decision.
Comes back.
But something has shifted. He's more aware now of his own limits, of how football is a team sport and individual brilliance only goes so far. Cristiano's 2016 looks triumphant on paper. Euro winner.
Champions League winner.
Ballon d'Or winner. But dig deeper. He gets injured in the Euro final. Has to watch most of it from the sideline, helpless. That's torture for someone who needs to be the hero, and there are the controversies. The tax case in Spain, accusations of avoiding millions in taxes, the legal pressure mounting, the personal life scrutinized by tabloids, 5 children with different mothers, relationship dynamics analyzed by media who have no business in his private life. Both of them learning that being the best footballer on earth doesn't shield you from everything else.
Legal troubles.
Personal struggles. Public opinion turning on a moment's notice. The 2016 to 2017 season, Cristiano enters God mode.
Absolute destroyer mode.
Real Madrid wins La Liga. More importantly, they win the Champions League again, 3rd time in 4 years. Unprecedented in the modern era. And Cristiano? 12 goals in the knockout stages, 12. Hat-trick against Bayern Munich in the quarterfinals. Hat-trick against Atletico Madrid in the semi-finals. 2 goals in the final against Juventus. He's playing like a man possessed. Cardiff, June 3rd, 2017, Champions League final. Real Madrid 4, Juventus 1, Cristiano scores twice. The celebration after the second goal.
Shirt off, abs gleaming.
Pointing to himself.
CR7, this is my competition, my trophy. My era. At 32 years old, most players are declining.
Cristiano is improving, adapting, no longer the winger who does tricks.
Now he's a pure goal scorer.
Penalty box predator. He doesn't need to dribble past 5 players. He ghosts into space defenders don't see and finishes with ruthless efficiency. The team is built perfectly around him. Modric and Kroos creating. Marcelo bombing forward from left back. Carvajal providing width on the right. Benzema doing the dirty work, dropping deep, creating space for Cristiano's runs. Zinedine Zidane, the manager, understands how to manage egos and maximize talent. December 2017, Ballon d'Or ceremony. Cristiano wins his 5th, ties Lionel. Both have 5 now. The narrative completely shifted from a year earlier when Lionel seemed untouchable with his 5th. This is what makes their rivalry so compelling. Neither stays down. Lionel has a dominant period. Cristiano responds. Cristiano has a dominant period. Lionel responds. Back and forth for a decade, but beneath the surface cracks are forming. Not in their abilities, in the sustainability of their situations. Barcelona's board is dysfunctional.
Poor transfers. Aging squad.
Over-reliance on Lionel to fix everything.
He's 30 years old now.
Still brilliant, but carrying more responsibility than any single player should. Real Madrid is burning Cristiano out, playing him every match.
Every competition.
Every tournament. His body is holding up because of his fanatical dedication to recovery and fitness. But there's only so much mileage a 32-year-old body can handle. And both are starting to think about legacy beyond club football. The World Cup, 2018, Russia looming. Both in their 30s. Probably their last realistic chance at winning it. The 2017 to 2018 season, something breaks at Barcelona. They lose to Roma in the Champions League quarterfinals. 3-0 away loss. Embarrassing. Lionel plays well in the first leg. They win 4-1 at home. Should be comfortable. Then complete collapse in Rome. Meanwhile, Madrid is going for 3 Champions Leagues in a row. 3-peat. Never been done in the Champions League era. They navigate through Paris Saint-Germain, through Juventus, through Bayern Munich.
All giants.
All eliminated May 26, 2018, Kiev Champions League final. Real Madrid versus Liverpool. Cristiano doesn't score, but Madrid wins 3-1. Gareth Bale's bicycle kick steals the show. Still, Cristiano has 3 consecutive Champions Leagues.
5 total.
More than any player in history. After the final, in the celebration, Cristiano hints at leaving Madrid. Says it's been beautiful. Past tense. The media explodes.
Is he actually leaving?
July 10, 2018, Juventus signs Cristiano Ronaldo for €100 million at 33 years old. The shock reverberates through football. He's leaving Spain.
Leaving La Liga. Leaving Real Madrid after 9 years. The rivalry, the Clásicos, the weekly comparisons, it's over.
Cristiano in Italy.
Lionel in Spain.
Different leagues, different schedules. They won't face each other 4 times a year anymore. Something precious has ended. the direct competition, the head-to-head battles, the matches where the entire world stopped to watch them on the same pitch. And the 2018 World Cup is about to compound the separation. Russia. June 15th, 2018, Portugal's opening match against Spain. Cristiano scores a hat-trick. 3 goals. Won a penalty.
Won a thunderbolt from distance.
Won an incredible late free kick to salvage a 3-3 draw. The free kick is absurd.
88th minute.
Portugal needs a goal. Cristiano stands over it. Does his signature stance, legs wide, deep breath, runs up.
Strikes it perfectly. Up and over the wall.
Down into the corner. David De Gea, Spain's goalkeeper, can't reach it. That moment feels like destiny. Cristiano at the World Cup, 33 years old. Peak powers. This could be his tournament. Then Portugal loses to Uruguay in the round of 16. Edinson Cavani scores twice. Uruguay's defense locks Cristiano down. Portugal eliminated. His last real chance at a World Cup gone. Argentina. Disaster from start to finish.
Chaos in the squad.
Terrible management. Lionel trying to carry a dysfunctional team. They barely escaped the group stage, drawing with Iceland,
losing to Croatia,
barely beating Nigeria, round of 16 against France. Kylian Mbappé destroys them. 2 goals.
Argentina loses 4-3. Lionel can't do enough.
1 assist, but it's not enough. France is younger, faster, more organized, both eliminated early, both devastated, both understanding that the World Cup will never be theirs. Not in 2010, not in 2014, not in 2018, the one trophy that eluded them. People say this defines them negatively.
Can't win the World Cup, can't carry their national teams. Only look good at club level with world-class teammates. It's stupid analysis.
Football is a team sport. Maradona had a great team around him in 1986. Pelé had maybe the greatest Brazilian team ever in 1970. Zidane had Thuram, Vieira, Henry in 1998. Nobody wins World Cups alone. But narratives stick, fair or not. After the 2018 World Cup, both players face crossroads. Cristiano starting fresh in Italy, 33 years old.
New league.
New challenge.
Can he adapt again? Lionel staying at Barcelona, but the club is declining around him.
President Josep Bartomeu making terrible decisions, overpaying for players who don't fit.
Ignoring the midfield and defense.
Expecting Lionel to keep bailing them out. The false peak was believing the rivalry was settled, that we could count trophies and goals and declare a winner. That one was natural and one was manufactured. That their greatness could be reduced to statistics and debate topics. The truth, the deeper truth they both understood, even if nobody else did, was that the rivalry was never about beating each other. It was about pushing football itself into new territory. Every goal they scored raised the bar. Every trophy they won expanded what seemed possible. Every season they maintained excellence into their 30s, rewrote the aging curve for footballers. Think about what they normalized.
50-goal seasons.
Used to be legendary. Now it's expected. Winning Ballons d'Or used to be career-defining. Now it's just another year. Playing at the highest level past 30 used to be rare. Now it's the standard for elite players. They changed the game. Not just how it's played, but how we think about greatness.
About longevity.
But what's achievable with talent and dedication and relentless pursuit of perfection. The superficial conclusion from 2014 to 2018 was that the rivalry became stale, just about stats. But that's lazy thinking. The rivalry evolved, became less about direct confrontation and more about legacy building. Who could sustain excellence longer? Who could adapt as their bodies aged? Who could keep finding new ways to impact matches? By 2018, Cristiano has left Spain. The weekly comparisons will fade. The head-to-head battles are over. The media will have to find new narratives. But the story isn't finished.
Not even close.
Because both players are about to enter the most challenging, most revealing phase of their careers. The phase where age becomes a real factor, where decline is supposed to happen, where most legends fade. Neither of them got the memo. What comes next, from 2018 to 2022, will test them in ways they haven't been tested before.
New clubs,
New expectations, bodies that don't recover as quickly, younger players challenging their dominance, and through it all, even separated by leagues and countries, they'll still be connected.
still be compared, still be pushing each other from a distance, because the rivalry was never about proximity.
It was about refusing to let the other guy be better, even from 1,000 miles away. Even at 35, 36, 37 years old, the false peak taught us that we were asking the wrong questions. The right question wasn't who is better. The right question was how long can they both sustain this impossibility? And the answer, impossibly, was going to be even longer than anyone imagined. Let me tell you what nobody sees. The parts that don't make highlight reels. Cristiano's house in Turin after signing with Juventus. 2018, he wakes up at 6 a.m. every morning, without exception. First thing, he checks his body fat percentage. Has a machine that measures it. Under 7%. If it creeps above, he adjusts his diet immediately. Breakfast is precise. 6 small meals throughout the day rather than 3 large ones. Keeps metabolism constant. High protein. Complex carbs timed around training. Supplements measured to the milligram. Vitamin D, omega-3s, antioxidants. His nutritionists have created a system so optimized, it's basically science fiction. Training with Juventus is different from Madrid. Italian football is more tactical. Slower pace.
More defensive.
Cristiano has to adapt again at 33. But watch him in training. He's studying everything.
Asking questions. Learning Italian defensive systems. How they mark.
Where spaces appear. After team training ends, he stays. Extra shooting drills. Extra sprints. The Juventus players are shocked. This is Cristiano Ronaldo. 5 Ballons d'Or. He's proven everything. Why is he still doing extra work? Because that's who he is. The work never stops. Complacency is death. His recovery routine is obsessive. Cryotherapy chambers. 3 minutes at -200 degrees Fahrenheit. Freezing his body to reduce inflammation and speed muscle recovery.
Ice baths.
Contrast therapy. Hot then cold. Shocking the system. Sleep happens in multiple cycles. 90-minute blocks. 5 cycles per night. 7.5 hours total, but structured to maximize REM sleep. Studies show this optimizes recovery and cognitive function.
He has sleep coaches.
Monitors his sleep quality with technology. Massage therapists on staff.
Deep tissue work.
Myofascial release. Keeping muscles pliable. Preventing injuries. His body is 33, but he's maintaining it like a Formula One race car. Mental preparation is equally intense. Visualization before matches. Sitting quietly, eyes closed, imagining scenarios. Free kick from 25 yards. Where's the wall? Where's the goalkeeper positioned?
Where's the weak spot?
He runs through it mentally dozens of times before doing it physically. Confidence-building exercises. Looking in mirrors. Affirmations. I am the best.
I am unstoppable.
I am Cristiano Ronaldo. People mock this. Call it narcissism. But sports psychologists know it works. Elite performance requires unwavering self-belief. His teammates at Juventus tell stories. Before big matches, Cristiano walks around the locker room making eye contact with each player.
Doesn't say much, just nods.
The message is clear. I believe in you, follow me. We're winning today. Leadership through presence. Through example.
He's not the vocal captain type.
He's the show you how it's done type. First in training.
Last to leave.
Works hardest.
Never complains.
Never makes excuses. Meanwhile, across the Mediterranean, Lionel's approach remains completely different. Barcelona. 2018. Lionel doesn't do cryotherapy, doesn't do 5 sleep cycles, doesn't do mirror affirmations. His genius is neurological, cognitive. His training focuses on maintaining that supernatural vision and touch, visual awareness exercises. Trainers set up drills where he has to process information faster than normal. Balls coming from multiple angles. Passing targets, shifting position, forces his brain to adapt, to see faster, process faster, decide faster. Spatial intelligence work. Understanding how 22 players move in relation to each other, where gaps appear, where space will open 2 passes from now. He's gaming out football like chess. 3 moves ahead, constantly. First, touch practice. Obsessive. The ball has to stick to his foot like glue.
Any surface, any speed, any angle. Hours spent just receiving passes and controlling them perfectly.
Most players ignore this.
Think they've mastered it.
Lionel knows the margin between good and great is in these fundamentals. His diet is less strict than Cristiano's, but still disciplined.
Gave up red meat.
Focuses on vegetables, fish, olive oil. Mediterranean diet. Works with Italian nutritionist Giuliano Posa, who transformed his eating habits after digestive issues in his mid-20s. But he's not in the gym like Cristiano.
Doesn't need to be.
His game isn't about power. It's about coordination, balance, agility, low center of gravity.
He does core work.
Plyometrics for explosive acceleration. But not bodybuilding. Family is his mental preparation. Or wife Antonella, 3 sons.
They keep him grounded.
Remind him that football is his job, not his identity.
After bad matches, he goes home.
Plays with his kids, resets, doesn't dwell. Superstitions, though. Always puts his right foot first when entering the pitch. Always kisses his wedding ring after goals. Points to the sky for his grandmother. These rituals matter. Give him comfort in chaos. Study habits. Watch his opponents obsessively.
Not just defenders, goalkeepers. Where do they position themselves?
Which side do they favour? On penalties, he knows every keeper's tendencies. Which way they dive.
When they commit early.
He's filed it all away. The 2017 to 2018 season is brutal for Barcelona. Lionel plays 60 matches, 60 across all competitions.
At 31 years old, that's too many.
But the team needs him.
Can't function without him.
Every attack runs through him. The Roma collapse in Champions League.
That one hurts.
Winning 4-1 at home in the first leg, then losing 3-0 away. Complete breakdown. Lionel feels responsible even though he played well.
He's the leader.
The captain. When Barcelona fails, he carries that weight. Personal struggles too. The tax case. Spanish authorities accusing him of avoiding millions. Court appearances.
Legal stress.
It gets resolved eventually, but the process is exhausting, draining, and there's pressure from Argentina.
Always pressure from Argentina.
They need him to save them, qualify them for World Cup, then win the World Cup. Expectations that no human can consistently meet. But Lionel doesn't complain publicly, doesn't make excuses, just keeps playing, keeps carrying Barcelona, keeps showing up for Argentina even when it breaks his heart. The 2018 to 2019 season, both players are adapting to new realities. Cristiano in his first full season at Juventus.
Lionel at Barcelona, but the club crumbling around him. Cristiano transforms Juventus.
They win Serie A. He scores 28 goals in his first season.
At 34.
In a new league.
New teammates.
New language. New tactics.
Most players his age are declining.
He's thriving. His impact goes beyond goals. Changes the culture at Juventus. Raises training standards. Young players see his dedication and step up their own. The entire club elevates. Champions League, though. They get eliminated by Ajax in the quarterfinals. Young Ajax team playing beautiful attacking football. Out-hustles Juventus. Cristiano scores, but it's not enough.
He's devastated. Came to Juventus to win Champions League. Year 1, a failure to Barcelona? Another Champions League disaster.
This time Liverpool, winning 3-0 at home. First leg at Camp Nou, comfortable, then lose 4-0 at Anfield. Collapse. Again, 2 years in a row. Humiliation. Lionel is helpless. Plays well in the first leg. Scores an incredible free kick.
One of the most beautiful goals you'll ever see.
Curls it over the wall into the top corner. But in the second leg, Liverpool overwhelms Barcelona. The team is mentally weak. Can't handle pressure. These failures, these disappointments, they're revealing something about both players. Individual brilliance only goes so far. They need supporting casts. They need teammates who can match their mentality, their determination. Behind the scenes, both are learning from different sources. Secret mentorship circles nobody knows about. Cristiano studies Kobe Bryant religiously. The Mamba mentality, Kobe's obsessive preparation, his refusal to accept anything less than perfection. They met before Kobe's tragic death, talked about longevity, about maintaining excellence into late career, about mental toughness. Kobe told Cristiano that talent gets you to the door, work ethic gets you in the room, but mental strength keeps you there when everyone's trying to push you out. Cristiano absorbed that, made it part of his identity. He also studies Tom Brady, NFL quarterback who played until 45.
How insane discipline.
Body maintenance, diet perfection, TB12 method, pliability over strength. Cristiano adapts elements, adds them to his routine. Lionel's influences are different. Pep Guardiola remains a philosophical touchstone. Even after Pep left Barcelona, they stayed in touch. Pep's belief that football should be simple but executed perfectly. That movement creates space. That the ball is your friend. He watches Pelé footage, studies Maradona games, not for techniques but for movement patterns. How they found space in crowded boxes, how they eliminated angles for defenders, how they made football look effortless even when it wasn't, and he learns from Xavi and Iniesta, his Barcelona teammates for over a decade. They teach him about patience,
About not forcing things.
about trusting the system. Let the game come to you, different approaches. Cristiano seeking out competitive intensity from basketball and American football. Lionel staying within football's history and philosophy. Both valid, both producing sustained excellence. The 2019 to 2020 season brings new challenges. COVID-19 pandemic, football stops, lockdowns, empty stadiums. When it returns, matches are played in silence. No crowds, just echoes. Playing without fans is surreal. The roar of Camp Nou gone. The hostility of away stadiums gone. Just players and coaches in silence. Some players struggle. The atmosphere fuels them. Without it, they're lost. Not Cristiano, not Lionel. They're self-motivated, don't need external validation. The silence doesn't affect them. If anything, it strips away distractions. Pure football, just the game. But 2020 brings Barcelona's worst moment in decades. August 14th, Champions League quarterfinals. Barcelona versus Bayern Munich. Lisbon, one match. Winner advances, Bayern destroys them. 8-2, 8 goals. The humiliation is total, complete, absolute. Barcelona, the proud giants, torn apart by a younger, fitter, more organized team. Lionel plays, scores, but it's meaningless. They're losing 7-2 when he scores. The match is over. The season is over. The era is over. He walks off the pitch looking shell-shocked, devastated, lost. This is the moment everything changes for Lionel. He's 33, given everything to Barcelona for 2 decades.
And they just suffered the most embarrassing defeat in club history.
The board is incompetent. The team is old. The project is dead. He requests to leave, sends a formal communication, wants out. Free transfer. It's his right per his contract. He wants to go anywhere, just not Barcelona under this leadership. The club refuses.
Legal battle.
Public drama. Lionel does an interview.
Rare for him.
Says he's been telling the board for years they need to rebuild. They didn't listen. Now it's too late. He's frustrated, tired, done. Eventually he stays. For 1 more year. But something is broken. The love affair with Barcelona is dying. The mutual trust gone. Cristiano at Juventus wins Serie A again, but Champions League failure again.
Lion eliminates them in round of 16. He's angry.
Came to Juventus for Champions League glory. 2 years. No progress. Both legends at clubs that can't quite support them properly. Both past 35. Both still performing at elite levels individually. Both needing more from their teammates. Why does rivalry elevate both rather than destroying one? That's the question nobody answered properly yet. Because true rivalry at the highest level isn't about defeating your opponent. It's about what they force you to become. the standards they set, the examples they provide. Cristiano sees Lionel scoring free kicks, decides he needs to master free kicks too. Lionel sees Cristiano dominating in the air,
Works on his timing for headers,
back and forth,
absorbing each other's strengths.
eliminating each other's advantages. They make each other complete players. Cristiano becomes more creative.
Lionel becomes more efficient.
Both evolve into versions of themselves that wouldn't exist without the other's pressure. That's the hidden truth. Competition between equals doesn't diminish,
It amplifies.
because you can't hide from someone operating at your level. They expose every weakness, force you to address every flaw. By 2020, both are in their mid-30s, both still elite but approaching the end. The finish line visible for the first time, and both understanding that their legacies are intertwined, forever linked. Can't discuss one without mentioning the other. The deeper exploration reveals what greatness actually requires.
Not just talent.
Not just work ethic, but obsession, dedication that borders on insanity, sacrifices normal people can't comprehend. Cristiano hasn't eaten dessert in years.
Hasn't had a drink in years. His body is a temple because it has to be. One indulgence and he's not Cristiano Ronaldo anymore. Lionel gave up his 20s to football.
Barely any personal life outside family and sport. Every decision filtered through how it affects his game.
Can't do normal things normal people do because he's not normal. They paid the price for immortality.
And they did it while someone equally great was doing it simultaneously.
Matching them.
Pushing them, never letting them rest. That's the real story of their rivalry. Not goals and trophies. Sacrifice and obsession. Two humans who decided normal greatness wasn't enough. They needed to transcend. And they found in each other the only worthy measuring stick. The peaceful interlude between storms. Both preparing for what comes next. Both knowing time is running out. Both refusing to go quietly into retirement. Their rivalry taught football something profound.
Excellence isn't a solo achievement.
It's relational. You become great in relation to others, against others, because of others, and the greatest become greatest when they find someone equally determined to be the best. Then it stops being competition, becomes collaboration, shared pursuit of perfection.
Even if they never admit it. June 2021, both of them are free agents.
Kind of Lionel's Barcelona contract expires.
After 21 years at the club.
Since he was 13. Every professional minute played in that Blaugrana shirt. Now the contract is done.
He wants to stay.
Barcelona wants him to stay, but La Liga has financial fair play rules. Barcelona is broke.
Massively in debt.
Can't register him even on a reduced salary. The farewell press conference is brutal to watch. August 8th, 2021, Lionel sits at a table crying.
Can't get through sentences. His family in the front row, crying.
Teammates crying. This wasn't supposed to happen.
Not like this.
Not forced out because of administrative incompetence, he signs with Paris Saint-Germain. PSG, the French club with unlimited money from Qatar. They can afford him. They pair him with Neymar, his former Barcelona teammate, and Kylian Mbappé, the young French superstar, who idolized both Cristiano and Lionel growing up. But it's wrong.
Everyone can feel it. Lionel in a PSG shirt looks off.
Like seeing a painting in the wrong museum. He doesn't smile much. Plays decent but not brilliant. The chemistry isn't there. He's 34, in a new country, new teammates, processing the trauma of how Barcelona ended. Cristiano, he's having similar issues at Juventus, 3 years there. 3 Serie A titles, but Champions League keeps eluding them. Porto eliminates them in 2021. Porto, Cristiano is furious. This isn't why he came to Italy. July 2021, reports emerge. Cristiano wants to leave Juventus, wants a new challenge.
Manchester United interested.
Going back to where it all started in England. Full circle moment, August 27, 2021, Cristiano signs with Manchester United. 12 years after leaving, the prodigal son returns.
Old Trafford erupts.
The fans are ecstatic. Sir Alex Ferguson, now retired, calls him personally, welcomes him home his first match back, September 11, 2021 against Newcastle.
Old Trafford packed.
Cristiano scores twice. The celebration is pure joy.
He's home.
This feels right, but the season falls apart. Manchester United is dysfunctional. Manager Ole Gunnar Solskjaer gets fired. Ralf Rangnick comes in temporarily. The team has no identity, no clear tactics. Cristiano is 36, trying to carry a broken team. Sound familiar? Both legends at new clubs. Both struggling to adapt. Both realizing that individual brilliance can't fix systemic problems. The 2018 World Cup in Russia already happened. Both eliminated early. But now the 2022 World Cup in Qatar is approaching. November, December, both know it's the absolute last chance. Cristiano will be 37, Lionel 35. There won't be another, this is it. The final opportunity to win the one trophy that defines football immortality. The World Cup. Pelé has 3.
Maradona has 1.
Zidane has 1. Ronaldo Nazario has 2. Every legend who gets mentioned in the conversation has at least 1. Cristiano and Lionel,
0 between them.
Combined 12 Ballons d'Or, 0 World Cups. The pressure is suffocating, especially for Lionel. Argentina hasn't won since 1986, Maradona's tournament. 36 years of failure. The country's expectations are impossible.
They don't just want Lionel to win.
They need him to validate his place among Argentine legends. To complete the story, Cristiano's pressure is different. Portugal won Euro 2016. They have Bernardo Silva, Bruno Fernandes, João Felix, talented squad. But Cristiano is aging, his body showing wear finally. Can he carry them one more time? The connections to greater patterns become clear. Their rivalry mirrors Ali versus Frazier.
3 fights.
Both men pushed each other to places they'd never have reached alone. The thriller in Manila damn near killed both of them. But it made both immortal. Federer versus Nadal. 20 years of tennis excellence. Completely different styles.
Federer the artist.
Nadal the warrior. They elevated tennis into art, made each other better. Neither would have 20+ Grand Slams without the other pushing them. Bird versus Magic. Saved the NBA. Different personalities, different teams, same era. Their rivalry made basketball must-watch television, made the sport global. But Cristiano and Lionel did something those rivalries didn't. They sustained it longer. 15 years of both operating at absolute peak level.
That's unprecedented.
Ali and Frazier had a few years. Federer and Nadal more, but with injury gaps. Bird and Magic's peaks overlapped for maybe a decade. Cristiano and Lionel, 2008 to 2023, 15 years. Both in Ballon d'Or conversations every single year. Both scoring 40+ goals most seasons. Both leading their teams. Both defying aging curves. Ancient warrior traditions inform their approach.
Samurai dedication to craft.
Perfecting one thing through endless repetition. Cristiano's free kicks. Thousands of attempts.
Lionel's dribbling. Millions of touches.
Mastery through repetition. Olympic ideals too. Pushing human limits. Faster, higher, stronger.
They embody this. What's the limit of human excellence in football?
We're watching it. They're defining it in real time. Cross-generational wisdom flowing. Pelé, before he died, talked about them constantly. Said they reminded him of himself and Eusebio. 2 players defining an era, making everyone else compete for 3rd place. Maradona, before his death in 2020, was asked countless times who's better. He'd say Lionel because of Argentine pride, but he respected Cristiano immensely, recognized the work ethic, the determination, the refusal to be second best. Cruyff's philosophy influenced both, even indirectly. Total football. Intelligence over physicality.
Space creation.
Lionel absorbed this through Barcelona's system. Cristiano learned it through studying decades of football history. The deepening relationship between them is subtle but real. More public warmth now. When Cristiano scores a milestone goal, Lionel congratulates him online. When Lionel wins awards, Cristiano acknowledges it. Mutual respect that wasn't there 15 years ago when they were younger, hungrier, more consumed by competition. 2021 Ballon d'Or ceremony. Lionel wins his 7th. record-breaking. No one else has more than 5. He's 34. Cristiano finishes 6th. Not even top 3. First time in over a decade he's been ranked that low. Cristiano congratulates him publicly. Instagram post. Gracious, professional, but you know it hurts. 6th place. After a career of being 1st or 2nd. Age catching up?
Or just a down year at a dysfunctional Manchester United.
The narrative starts shifting. Media declares the rivalry over.
Lionel won.
7 Ballons d'Or versus 5. More natural talent. Better peak.
Case closed, except football doesn't work like that.
Legacies aren't determined by Ballon d'Or counts.
They're determined by what you meant to the sport, how you changed it.
What you inspired. Both change football fundamentally. Tactics evolve because of them. Teams learn to build around singular talents. Youth academies worldwide started training kids to be either Lionel clones or Cristiano clones, technical wizards or physical specimens. The sport fractured into 2 philosophies. Modern players cite them constantly. Kylian Mbappé had posters of both on his childhood bedroom wall. Erling Haaland studied Cristiano's movement in the box obsessively. Every young attacker models their game on elements from both. They made football global in ways it never was before.
Social media stars.
Both over 500 million Instagram followers. Combined reach over 1 billion people. Their matches streamed worldwide. Their goals watched hundreds of millions of times. Economic impact too. Jersey sales, sponsorships, their individual brands worth hundreds of millions. They proved footballers could be global icons on par with any celebrity. Actors, musicians, athletes from other sports, none matched their worldwide recognition. The universal stories resonate. Both immigrants in Europe.
Lionel from Argentina arriving at 13 speaking no Catalan.
Cristiano from a tiny Portuguese island nobody heard of. Both proving that talent and determination can overcome any origin. Kids in favelas in Brazil see them and dream. Kids in African villages see them and believe. Kids in Asian cities see them and practice. The inspiration is incalculable.
How many millions started playing football because of them?
How many kept playing through setbacks because of their examples? Their rivalry was never personal. That's what people miss. They were never enemies, never hated each other. The media wanted that narrative.
Fans wanted that drama.
But watch them together at award ceremonies, respectful, professional, even friendly in a distant way. The rivalry was spiritual, philosophical, 2 different answers to the same question. What does perfection look like in football? Lionel said it's natural flow, intuition, artistry. Cristiano said it's manufactured excellence, discipline, power. Both were right. Both proved it over 15 years. 2022 arrives. The World Cup looms. Both players enter their final campaigns with their national teams. Everything building toward November in Qatar. But first, the club seasons. Lionel at PSG struggles. Doesn't score much by his standards. The team is dysfunctional despite having incredible talent. Too many egos. No clear identity. He looks unhappy. Disconnected. Cristiano at Manchester United. Worse, the team is a disaster. New manager Erik ten Hag comes in for the 2022 season. Wants to implement his style. Cristiano doesn't fit.
Too old, can't press, can't run for 90 minutes.
Ten Hag benches him, the frustration boils over. November 2022, days before the World Cup. Cristiano does an explosive interview with Piers Morgan. Criticises Manchester United. Criticises Ten Hag. Burns every bridge. The club terminates his contract. He's unemployed at 37.
No club, free agent.
It's a messy ending to his second Manchester United stint. Undignified, sad. This legend, one of the greatest ever, leaving in controversy and bitterness. His pride won't let him accept a bench role. His body can't deliver what it once did. The tension breaks publicly. Meanwhile, Lionel is preparing with Argentina. They've built a team around him finally.
Manager Lionel Scaloni understands how to use him.
Not making him run constantly. Letting him conserve energy. Surrounding him with workers.
Enzo Fernandez, Rodrigo de Paul, Alexis McAllister.
Young players who will run for him, Angel Di Maria on the wing, Lautaro Martinez up front, Julian Alvarez as backup striker.
This is a real team, not just Lionel plus 10 others. Actual balance.
Actual structure. Portugal's preparation is chaotic. Manager Fernando Santos, conservative, defensive-minded. The squad has talent but no cohesion. Cristiano's interview drama creates tension. Are they a team or just Cristiano's supporting cast? The contrast between their paths to Qatar couldn't be starker.
Lionel with a unified team, clear tactics, everyone buying in.
Cristiano with dysfunction, uncertainty, controversy. November 20th, 2022, World Cup begins. Both players knowing this is it.
Last dance. Last chance.
Everything they've worked for, everything they've sacrificed, comes down to the next 6 weeks. Argentina's first match versus Saudi Arabia. November 22nd, Lionel scores a penalty. Argentina dominates, leading 1-0 at halftime. Should be comfortable, then Saudi Arabia scores twice, somehow, some way. They win 2-1, massive upset.
One of the biggest shocks in World Cup history.
Argentina stunned, Lionel devastated. Did they just waste their chance in the first match? The pressure is unbearable. If Argentina doesn't escape the group stage, Lionel's career ends in catastrophic failure. Everything reduced to this collapse. Portugal's first match versus Ghana. November 24th, Cristiano starts.
Scores a penalty.
Becomes the first player ever to score in 5 different World Cups. Historic. Portugal wins 3-2, but the performance is shaky. Cristiano gets subbed off. Looks slow, limited. Next matches tell different stories. Argentina beats Mexico 2-0. Lionel scores a beautiful goal from outside the box. Celebration is muted. Relief more than joy. Then beats Poland 2-0, advances to knockouts, survives the group stage. Portugal beats Uruguay 2-0. Cristiano doesn't score, gets subbed again, then loses to South Korea 2-1. Cristiano benched for that match. Santos making a statement. The star player isn't untouchable anymore. Knockout rounds.
Argentina faces Australia.
Wins 2-1. Lionel scores. Then Netherlands in the quarterfinals. Dramatic match.
Argentina leads.
Netherlands equalizes late. Goes to penalties.
Argentina wins. Lionel doesn't take a penalty, but his leadership carries them through. Cristiano.
Portugal beats Switzerland 6-1 in the round of 16. Incredible result. But Cristiano is benched. Gonzalo Ramos starts instead. Scores a hat-trick. Portugal looks better without Cristiano. The painful truth hangs in the air. Quarter-final. Portugal versus Morocco. Cristiano starts on the bench. Morocco scores. Portugal can't break through. Santos brings Cristiano on as a substitute.
He can't make a difference.
Morocco defends brilliantly. Portugal loses 1-0, eliminated. The image after that match breaks hearts. Cristiano walking down the tunnel alone, crying, hands covering his face. His World Cup dream over.
At 37.
Will never win it. The one trophy that eluded him, gone forever. He handles it with dignity afterwards. Congratulates Morocco. Doesn't make excuses.
But you can see the devastation.
His greatest individual failure. The gap in his legacy that will never be filled. Meanwhile, Lionel and Argentina march on. Semi-final against Croatia.
Argentina wins 3-0. Lionel scores a penalty.
Assists the third goal. Beautiful dribbling run.
Vintage Messi. They're in the final. December 18th, 2022. The date arrives. Final. Argentina versus France.
Defending champions. Kylian Mbappé. The young king versus the old king. Symbolism everywhere. And somewhere, probably watching from home, Cristiano understands what's happening. His rival, his mirror, his competitor for 15 years is 90 minutes from completing football. From winning the one thing neither of them could win. From answering the question definitively. This is the deepening relationship neither admits publicly. They need each other.
Not for friendship.
For context. For meaning. Cristiano's greatness is measured against Lionel's. Lionel's greatness is measured against Cristiano's. Neither exists in a vacuum. If Lionel wins the World Cup, does it mean he's better? Or does it mean he had a better team in 2022? Does it diminish Cristiano's 5 Champions Leagues? His Euro 2016? His goal-scoring records? The beauty is there's no clean answer. Football isn't mathematics. Greatness isn't quantifiable. Different paths, different peaks, different legacies. What they share is the journey. 15 years at the summit. 15 years of excellence that will never be repeated. 15 years of making each other better through competition. The hints were always there. They were never enemies. They were partners in football's evolution. Unwitting collaborators in pushing the sport to new heights. The rivalry was theatre, performance. Underneath was mutual recognition. Two men who understood the weight the other carried.
The expectations.
The pressure. The loneliness of being compared to gods when you're just human. By 2022, approaching the World Cup final, their stories converge toward the moment everything will be decided.
Not who's better. That question is stupid.
But what their rivalry meant.
What it gave football.
What it taught us about excellence and competition and human potential. Cristiano eliminated, watching from elsewhere.
Lionel 90 minutes from immortality.
The intersection of their paths leading to this single match. And whatever happens next, whatever the result, both men will be forever linked. Their names inseparable. Their legacies intertwined. The greatest rivalry sport has ever seen, reaching its conclusion in the desert in Qatar, with only one of them able to be there. But both knowing that without the other, neither would have become who they are.
That's the deeper truth.
The hidden connection. The secret neither would admit, but both understood fundamentally. Greatness needs a mirror to see itself clearly, and they were each other's mirror for 15 years. Here's what nobody understood until it was almost over. Their greatness wasn't despite the rivalry, it was because of it. Think about that for a second.
Really think about it.
If Lionel Messi had been born 10 years earlier, played in the 90s, dominated without a contemporary equal, would he have scored 73 goals in 2012? Would he have won 7 Ballon d'Or? Would he have maintained excellence until 35?
Probably not.
Because without Cristiano Ronaldo scoring 60 goals that same year, there's no pressure to reach 73. Without Cristiano winning Ballons d'Or, there's no urgency to collect more. Without someone equally great pushing from the other side, why break yourself trying to be better than you already are? Same applies to Cristiano. If he dominated the 2000s alone, would he have perfected free kicks to the level he did? Would he have transformed his body into a scientific marvel? Would he have adapted his game 3 different times across 3 different leagues into his late 30s?
No, because the motivation wouldn't exist. Natural talent would have been enough.
Good work ethic would have been sufficient. But Lionel Messi's existence made enough into not enough, made good into inadequate, made great into merely acceptable. They forced each other to become superhuman. 19 marks a turning point in understanding this. Both players past 30. Both supposed to be declining. Instead, both still scoring 40-plus goals. Both still deciding matches. Both still operating at levels that should be impossible. Sports science says athletic peak is mid-20s. After 30, decline is inevitable. Reaction time slows. Recovery takes longer. Muscles lose elasticity. This is biology.
Can't fight nature, except they did.
Both of them, together, because neither would let the other guy outlast them. Cristiano sees Lionel still performing at 32.
Thinks I can't decline if he's not declining.
Lionel sees Cristiano still elite at 34. Thinks, I have to match that longevity, mutual accountability without ever speaking about it. The rivalry became a pact. Neither would fade gracefully. Both would fight aging with everything they had. And somehow, impossibly, it worked. The 2020 Bayern Munich humiliation changes Lionel's trajectory. 8-2 defeat. 33 years old, watching his Barcelona era end in ashes. He wants to leave.
Needs to leave.
The club he loved has failed him. The board incompetent. The team uncompetitive. He stays 1 more year out of legal obligation. Then 2021 finally free, except Barcelona can't re-sign him due to financial regulations. The farewell is heartbreaking.
not his choice.
Forced out by circumstances beyond his control, Paris Saint-Germain signs him. Huge wages. World-class teammates in Neymar and Mbappé should be perfect. Instead, it's miserable.
He doesn't fit.
The team is dysfunctional.
Too many egos, no cohesion.
French league is weaker. Doesn't inspire him. His first season at PSG is by his standards mediocre. 11 goals, 14 assists. Decent numbers for anyone else. For Lionel Messi, disappointing. He looks lost, uncomfortable, playing because he has to, not because he wants to. The criticism intensifies. Past his prime, finished, should retire. Move to MLS, stop embarrassing yourself. The vultures circle. Media that praised him for 2 decades now writing obituaries for his career. Cristiano faces similar narratives.
Manchester United in 2021 brings him back.
The prodigal son, but the team is a mess. Managerial instability. No clear tactics. Young players who don't respect the old guard.
He scores goals, but United finishes 6th.
No Champions League qualification. Disaster 2022 season starts worse. New manager Erik ten Hag wants to play a pressing system. Cristiano at 37 can't press for 90 minutes.
His body won't allow it. Ten Hag benches him.
Ronaldo the substitute. The humiliation burns. The interview with Piers Morgan destroys his United career. He criticizes everyone. The club, the manager, the owners. Contract terminated.
Unemployed at 37.
No club wants to pay his wages. His demands too high. His legs too old. Both legends at their lowest point simultaneously. Lionel unhappy at PSG, Cristiano without a club. The narrative writes itself. The end of an era. Both declining together. The rivalry over, not with a bang, but a whimper. Except
that's not what happens. November
2022 World Cup, the tournament that will redefine everything. Role of setbacks in their story becomes clear. Cristiano's Juventus failures from 2018 to 2021, 3 years, 3 Champions League eliminations, each one humanizing him, showing vulnerability. He's not invincible. Age affects even him. Those failures make his Euro 2016 win more impressive in retrospect. He delivered when it mattered, won a major international trophy, something Lionel hadn't done yet. Lionel's Copa America losses, 2015 and 2016, back-to-back finals, both lost. The retirement announcement after 2016, the desperation in his voice.
I can't do this anymore.
That vulnerability connecting him to fans in new ways. Then 2021 Copa America again, this time in Brazil.
Argentina wins.
Beats Brazil 1-0 in the final at the Maracanã. Lionel finally has a major international trophy. The monkey off his back. He cries holding the trophy. Pure relief.
Years of pain released in that moment. That 2021 Copa America changes everything for Lionel.
Proves he can win with Argentina. Silences critics who said he couldn't. Going into 2022 World Cup, the pressure is different. He's already won something. Not carrying the same desperate weight. Competing for greater purpose becomes evident. Both know they're inspiring millions. Kids worldwide wearing their jerseys, practicing their celebrations, copying their techniques. The responsibility weighs on them. Lionel starts a foundation, helps children with medical conditions, remembers his own growth hormone struggles, wants to help kids who face similar challenges, uses his platform for good. Cristiano does massive charity work, donates millions, pays for children's surgeries, cancer treatments,
schools in poor areas.
Doesn't publicize it much, just does it. Understands his wealth is obscene and should be used to help. Both understand legacy isn't just football. It's what you leave behind, how you used your influence, the lives you touched beyond the pitch. New questions emerge around 2020. Can greatness exist without worthy adversary? If one retires, does the other lose motivation? Are they locked in a dance that requires both partners? The answer seems to be yes. Their careers are so intertwined that separation feels wrong. When Cristiano leaves La Liga in 2018, something dies. The weekly comparisons, the direct confrontations. El Clásico loses magic without both of them. Football misses their rivalry. Fans miss the debates.
Media misses the narratives.
The sport itself feels diminished when they're not facing each other regularly. 2021 Ballon d'Or ceremony captures this perfectly. Lionel wins his 7th.
Record-breaking.
Cristiano finishes 6th. Not even podium. They're not photographed together that night. Different status now. The equality broken temporarily, but Cristiano congratulates him publicly. Gracious message. No bitterness visible, just respect.
And you realize something?
The rivalry at this stage isn't about beating each other. It's about honoring what they built together. Moral complexities surface. Individual records versus team trophies debate intensifies. Cristiano has 5 Champions Leagues. Lionel has 4. Does that make Cristiano better? Or did Cristiano have better teams during those runs? Lionel has more Ballons d'Or, 7 versus 5. Does that make Lionel better? Or is the Ballon d'Or voting subjective and flawed? Who sacrificed more for team success? Cristiano adapted his game completely, went from winger to striker to pure finisher, changed his style to fit team needs. That's sacrifice. Lionel stayed stylistically consistent but always played for the team. Never demanded to be the main penalty taker until later career. Created more than scored in many seasons. That's sacrifice too. The statistical revelation is staggering when you calculate everything. Combined, they scored over 1,700 goals.
Let that sink in.
1,700 goals between 2 players. In professional football at the highest levels. Combined 13 Ballons d'Or if you count after 2021. Cristiano eventually wins a 6th.
No, stays at 5.
Lionel at 7 after 2021. Wait, he wins 8th in 2023. So 13 total between them. They dominated 15 years of football completely. 2008 to 2023, every Ballon d'Or except 2018 went to one of them or was heavily contested between them. That's not normal.
That's not natural.
That's unprecedented. No generation has ever had 2 players this dominant for this long. Pelé's era had multiple greats, but spread across different leagues and eras. Maradona's time had Platini, Van Basten, others competing. Cruyff and Beckenbauer never overlapped directly. But 2008 to 2023, just them, everyone else fighting for 3rd place. Xavi, Iniesta, Neuer, Modric occasionally breaking through.
But the top 2?
Always Cristiano and Lionel. Always. The hidden connection between competition and evolution reveals itself fully. Neither would have 5+ Ballon d'Or without the other's existence pushing them. This isn't speculation. It's observable fact. Cristiano wins 2008 Ballon d'Or. Lionel responds with 4 straight from 2009 to 2012. Cristiano then dedicates himself to matching that. Wins 2013, 2014, 2016, 2017. Lionel responds with 2015, 2019, 2021, 2023, back and forth.
Action and reaction.
One wins, the other trains harder. One breaks a record, the other breaks it back. Perpetual motion machine of excellence. Their training evolves because of each other. Cristiano sees Lionel's dribbling,
adds more technical work to his regimen.
Lionel sees Cristiano's aerial dominance, improves his heading and timing, both absorbing the other's strengths while maintaining their own identities. They don't copy each other. They learn from each other. Huge difference. Copying is imitation.
Learning is evolution.
They evolved by studying their rival and asking, how can I counter that?
How can I match that?
How can I incorporate elements without losing myself? The answer to why their greatness happened because of rivalry, not despite it, is simple. Humans need opposition to grow, need challenges to overcome, need standards to chase. Without those things, we plateau, settle, accept good enough. Cristiano and Lionel never accepted good enough because the other guy was out there doing better.
Every season, every match, every goal.
The pressure was constant, relentless, and instead of breaking them, it forged them into something greater than either could have become alone. By 2022, heading into the World Cup, both understand this on some level.
Maybe not consciously.
Maybe not in words they'd admit publicly, but in their bones, they know their rivalry was football's gift to itself.
a mechanism to force evolution.
to push boundaries, to redefine possible. And Qatar 2022 will be the final chapter, the culmination, where everything they built, everything they fought for, everything they represented would be tested one last time. Only one of them will make it to the final.
Only one will have the chance to win the missing trophy.
But both will be part of that story. Because their stories stopped being separate 15 years ago, they became one story, told from two perspectives. The greatest rivalry in sports history, reaching its conclusion in the desert, under the lights, with the whole world watching. And whatever happens next, nothing can change what they already accomplished, what they proved, what they gave football. That excellence isn't about being born perfect. It's about finding someone equally determined and pushing each other past every conceivable limit until you both reach heights that shouldn't exist. That's the revelation. The hidden truth. The secret that was always there, but nobody articulated clearly. They needed each other, not as friends, not as allies,
As opposites, as mirrors.
as the only other person on earth who understood what this level of greatness actually costs. And the cost was everything. Their bodies, their privacy, their peace, their ability to be normal. They paid it willingly because they had each other to prove it was worth it. That's beautiful. That's profound. That's what sport at its highest level looks like. Two humans transcending humanity together while everyone watches and wonders how it's even possible. Every great era in football history had dueling titans.
This isn't coincidence.
It's pattern. It's law. 1960s. Pelé versus Eusebio. Brazilian genius versus Portuguese power. Pelé won 3 World Cups with Brazil. Eusebio carried Portugal to 3rd place in 1966. Different styles. Same era. Both legends. Their rivalry elevated both. 980s Maradona versus Platini. Argentine chaos versus French elegance. Maradona won the World Cup with that infamous hand and brilliant feet. Platini won everything at club level with Juventus. 3 straight Ballons d'Or. Both defined their generation. 1970s Cruyff versus Beckenbauer. Dutch total football versus German efficiency. Cruyff the revolutionary. Beckenbauer the composed leader. World Cup final 1974. Germany beat Netherlands. Both players immortal because of that confrontation. Pattern repeats across sports. Tennis had Borg versus McEnroe. Basketball had Bird versus Magic. Boxing had Ali versus Frazier. In every case, the rivalry made both better, made both legends. Neither would be remembered the same without the other, but Cristiano and Lionel took this pattern and perfected it. 15 years, same league for most of it. Peak years completely overlapping. That's never happened before at this level of dominance. Universal elements in their championship runs become clear. Both needed weak moments to find new strength. Cristiano losing Champions League finals with Manchester United in 2009. Devastated, Barcelona dominated him. That pain fueled his Real Madrid years. Lionel losing World Cup final in 2014, standing there holding Golden Ball award looking hollow. That emptiness drove him to Copa America 2021, to World Cup 2022. Pain as teacher, failure as fuel. Neither won everything smoothly. Both had heartbreaks, losses that felt like endings, moments where quitting would have been understandable. They never quit, used suffering as raw material for comeback stories. Secret mental techniques get revealed over time.
Sports psychologists working with both. Meditation practices.
Visualization before decisive moments.
These aren't new age nonsense.
These are proven cognitive tools for high performance. Cristiano's visualization is detailed. Before free kicks, he closes his eyes, sees the ball's path, sees the goalkeeper's position, sees the ball hitting the net, programs his brain with successful outcome, then executes what he already saw mentally. Lionel's visualization is different, more about space than specifics. He imagines defensive formations, where gaps will appear,
How players will shift.
prepares his spatial awareness, then reacts in real time to what he already anticipated. Both use breathing techniques, controlled breathing to manage pressure,
Heart rate control.
staying calm when 80,000 people are screaming and millions watching, the ability to slow down mentally when everything around you speeds up. Hidden support systems matter enormously. Lionel's close family unit keeping him grounded. Wife Antonella since childhood. She knew him before fame, before money. Reminds him who he is beneath the legend. His parents, his siblings, his 3 sons. They're his anchor. Cristiano's inner circle is different. His mother Dolores, fiercely protective. His agent Jorge Mendes, business mastermind. Personal trainers who live with him basically. Nutritionists on call. His support system is professional. Built for optimization, both approaches work. Both provide what each player needs.
Lionel needs emotional grounding. Family provides that.
Cristiano needs professional excellence. His team provides that. Different personalities,
Different solutions.
same result. Peak performance sustained 2021 to 2022 represents the final chapter approaching.
Both aging.
Cristiano 36 turning 37. Lionel 34 turning 35. New clubs not working perfectly. Juventus failed for Cristiano. PSG failing for Lionel. Manchester United failing for Cristiano again. World Cup, Qatar, looming as last chance. Both know it. Both feel it. The weight of this being the final opportunity to complete their legacies, to win the one trophy that defines football immortality. Connection between personal healing and football excellence is profound. Cristiano's personal tragedies shape him.
Father's death in 2005 from alcoholism.
Before Cristiano became fully great, that loss haunted him, drove him. Then 2022, April, his newborn son dies. Twin babies born.
One survives. One doesn't. The pain unimaginable.
He misses Manchester United matches.
Takes time with family.
Grief overwhelming, but he channels it, uses it.
Every goal after that, think about what he's carrying.
The loss, the grief. Football becomes therapy, becomes purpose, becomes reason to keep going when stopping would be easier. Lionel's anxiety struggles are less public, but real. Vomiting before matches early in his career.
Nerves overwhelming his stomach.
Performance anxiety despite being the best. The pressure of expectations crushing him physically. He learned to manage it. Sports psychologists. Breathing techniques. Reframing pressure as privilege. But it never fully goes away. He just learned to function despite it. Learned that anxiety doesn't mean you're not good enough. It means you care deeply. Both turned personal pain into professional fuel. Football became the place where they had control, where effort produced results, where pain had purpose. The pitch was sanctuary, escape, cathedral. Character development from rivals to mutual respect is beautiful to watch. 2009, they barely acknowledged each other. Competition was raw, intense, almost hostile in its silence. By 2022, different energy. They follow each other on Instagram, like each other's posts occasionally, congratulate each other publicly on milestones. The respect matured, deepened, became something almost like understanding, not friendship. They're not friends. Don't hang out.
Don't text about life. But there's recognition.
Acknowledgement of shared burden. Mutual respect for what the other sacrificed to be great. That 2022 Louis Vuitton advertisement captures it perfectly. Both in suits, sitting across from each other playing chess. Luxury luggage between them. 2 kings, 2 legends.
No words needed.
The image says everything. They agreed to do it together. Both could have demanded separate campaigns.
More money. Exclusive attention.
Instead, they shared the moment, acknowledged that their brands are intertwined, their legacies inseparable. The hidden truth reveals itself fully by 2022. Their rivalry was football's greatest gift to itself, not despite the rivalry. Because of it, the sport needed evolution.
Needed pushing.
Needed 2 generational talents to force everyone else to elevate. Tactics changed because of them. Teams had to figure out how to stop Lionel's dribbling, how to contain Cristiano's aerial dominance. Defensive systems evolved, pressing strategies adapted, The entire sport became more sophisticated, trying to contain them. Youth development changed. Academies worldwide started training two types of players: technical wizards modeled on Lionel, physical specimens modeled on Cristiano. The next generation, shaped by their templates, broadcasting and media coverage transformed. Matches featuring them drew massive audiences, record viewership. El Clásico became the most watched annual sporting event globally. Their individual achievements covered like news events. Social media exploded partly because of them. Fans worldwide could follow them directly, see their lives, watch their training,
Feel connected.
They were among the first athletes to truly understand and leverage digital platforms. Economics of football changed. Transfer fees skyrocketed. Salaries multiplied. Sponsorship deals reached hundreds of millions. They proved footballers could be global brands worth as much as movie stars or tech entrepreneurs. But beyond all that practical impact, they proved something philosophical.
Excellence requires opposition.
Greatness needs context.
Legends need worthy adversaries. Without Cristiano, Lionel might have coasted. Natural talent only needs so much development.
But with Cristiano constantly pushing, Lionel had to keep evolving.
Had to stay sharp.
Had to refuse complacency. Without Lionel, Cristiano might have plateaued. Hard work alone has limits. But with Lionel's natural genius always there as comparison, Cristiano had to keep finding new edges.
New advantages.
New ways to impact matches. They were locked in an arms race where the weapons were dedication and talent. Each new achievement by one demanded response from the other. Each record broken needed to be broken again. Endless cycle of competition, driving both to superhuman levels. 2021 to 2022 season, the machinery starts showing strain. Cristiano at Manchester United, frustrated, benched, eventually unemployed. Lionel at PSG, unhappy, disconnected, going through motions. Both legends looking mortal for first time in 15 years. Media writes them off, past their primes, should retire gracefully. The disrespect hurts because it comes from people who praised them for decades.
Fair weather fans jumping ship. Vultures circling, but champions don't listen to noise.
Champions trust process, trust preparation, trust themselves when nobody else does. World Cup 2022 approaches. November, December, Qatar, the final stage. Both know this is it.
Last dance, last chance.
Everything comes down to 6 weeks in the desert. What was the universe preparing them for all along?
This moment.
This tournament. This final test of legacy and will and determination. Cristiano without a club, 37 years old, carrying personal grief from his son's death. Criticised for the Piers Morgan interview, written off as finished. Lionel at PSG, but miserable, 35 years old. First season there was disappointing. Pressure to perform in World Cup, overwhelming. Argentina expecting him to deliver Maradona-level heroics. Both entering the tournament as underdogs in different ways. Portugal not favoured. Argentina having talent, but questions about cohesion. Neither player the young phenomenon anymore. Both the old guard making last stand. The beautiful symmetry of it all. Started careers around same time. Dominated same era. Now facing potential end together.
One last World Cup, one last chance. One last moment to define everything, except only one could win. Only one team lifts the trophy.
So one legend would complete their story. One would have permanent gap in legacy, the cruelty of sport, the beauty of competition.
Someone wins, someone loses.
No ties in World Cup finals. And as November 2022 arrived, as both players packed for Qatar, as the world prepared to watch the greatest tournament of their lives, one truth became inescapable. Their rivalry taught us that greatness isn't about being born perfect or working the hardest or having the best teammates.
It's about finding someone equally great and refusing to let them be better.
Pushing each other.
Elevating each other.
Making each other legendary through shared pursuit of impossible standards. That's what they gave football.
That's what they gave us.
15 years of watching two humans compete at levels that redefined what we thought was achievable. And Qatar would be the final chapter, the culmination, where we'd finally see what it all meant. The hidden athletic truth was this: they were never competing against each other. They were competing against human limitation itself.
And they were winning together.
September 2022, 3 months before the World Cup. Both players know what's coming: Argentina's camp in Europe, Lionel training with the squad. Manager Lionel Scaloni has built something special, not just talented players, a unit, a family, players who believe in each other, who will fight for each other. The system is clear. Protect Lionel, let him conserve energy. Surround him with workers who press, who run, who do the dirty work he can't do anymore at 35. Build the team to maximize his genius while minimizing his weaknesses. Angel Di Maria on the wing, pacey, direct, can stretch defenses. Lautaro Martinez as striker, movement, work rate, creates space. Rodrigo de Paul in midfield, engine, covers ground, wins balls. Enzo Fernandez, young, talented, fearless. This isn't the dysfunctional Argentina of 2014 or 2018. This is organized, structured. Everyone knows their role, everyone committed to the mission: win the World Cup for Lionel, complete his legacy. Give Argentina what they've waited 36 years for. Portugal's preparation is messier. Fernando Santos as manager. Conservative, defensive. The squad has talent. Bruno Fernandes, Bernardo Silva, João Felix, João Cancelo, Rafael Leão. Serious quality throughout. But chemistry is questionable. Cristiano's drama with Manchester United hanging over everything. The Piers Morgan interview dropping right before the tournament. Contract terminated days before World Cup starts. He's unemployed, distracted, angry, team dynamic strained. Younger players like Felix want more playing time. Cristiano still sees himself as untouchable starter. Santos trying to manage egos. Keep everyone happy. Impossible task. The contrast in preparation is stark. Argentina unified behind Lionel, Portugal fractured around Cristiano. Both camps feel the pressure, but handle it differently. Wisdom sharing across generations happens constantly now. Both players have become elder statesmen, not just players, leaders, teachers, carriers of football knowledge. Cristiano mentoring younger Portugal stars, pulling them aside, sharing what he learned from Sir Alex Ferguson: mental toughness. Never give up. Believe you're the best. Work harder than everyone. Simple messages, but powerful when delivered by someone with 5 Ballons d'Or. He tells them about 2006 World Cup, where he was young. Made mistakes. The wink incident after Rooney's red card. How Ferguson taught him to use hate as fuel, to channel criticism into performance. How that lesson shaped his career. The younger players listen. They grew up watching Cristiano, idolizing him. Now he's their teammate, their leader. His words carry weight beyond normal coaching. Lionel's leadership is quieter, always has been. He leads by example more than speeches. But his influence on Argentina's squad is total. They watch how he trains, how he prepares, how he handles pressure. They absorb lessons without words. Julian Alvarez, young striker, talks about training with Lionel, watching how he receives the ball, how he scans before passes arrive, how he positions his body to have maximum options, details most players never notice. Lionel does it unconsciously. Alvarez studies it consciously. Private conversations reveal depths of their evolution. Xavi Hernandez, former Barcelona teammate, now Barcelona manager, talks about Lionel's leadership growth. How he was shy at 20. Didn't talk much. Let others lead. By 35, completely different. vocal in locker room, demanding, holding teammates accountable, became the captain Barcelona and Argentina needed, not through yelling, but through expectation. Setting standards through his own commitment. Rio Ferdinand, former Manchester United teammate of Cristiano's, talks about his obsessive preparation, how he'd watch videos of opponents for hours, study their weaknesses, goalkeeper tendencies, defender habits, come to matches with plans already formed. Ferdinand says Cristiano taught him that talent gets you noticed, but preparation wins trophies. That the difference between good and great is in the details nobody sees, the extra hours, the extra research, the refusal to leave anything to chance. Cross-cultural exchange defines both careers, South American passion meeting European discipline. Lionel brought Argentine street football to Barcelona's structured system, created something new, something better than either approach alone. Cristiano brought Portuguese determination to English football's intensity, then took it to Spain's technical sophistication, then Italy's tactical depth. Each move added layers to his game, made him more complete. Ancient athletic wisdom flows through them. Johan Cruyff's philosophy that football is simple, don't overcomplicate, pass to the player in space, move after you pass, create triangles. Lionel absorbed this at La Masia, made it his religion. Sir Alex Ferguson's mentality that games are won in the mind before the pitch. Believe you're the best. Make opponents doubt. Never show weakness. Cristiano lived this daily, made it his armor. Both players studied legends obsessively, watched Pelé footage, analyzed Maradona matches, studied Ronaldo Nazario's movement, Zidane's elegance, Ronaldinho's joy, took pieces from everyone, built their own styles from stolen wisdom. Deep emotional conversations about legacy happen more frequently as Qatar approaches, both giving interviews, reflecting on careers, acknowledging mortality of athletic life. Lionel admits in interviews that he pushed himself because of Cristiano. Doesn't say it directly. Says, having great players in your era makes you better. Forces you to maintain standards. Clear who he means. Cristiano, more direct. Says Lionel is an incredible player. That their rivalry made both better. That he respects what Lionel accomplished. Rare admission from someone who usually focuses on his own achievements. They're admitting what fans knew for years. Their rivalry wasn't toxic, wasn't hateful, was productive, pushed both to greatness neither could have reached alone. Purpose of sport in human culture becomes clear through them. Why do we watch? Why do we care? Because sport is metaphor. Battlefield without war, competition without death. Place where excellence is visible and pure. They became bigger than football. Cultural icons. Inspiration beyond sport. Kids who never kicked a ball know their names. Recognize their faces. Understand they represent something important. In Argentina, Lionel is more than athlete. He's national identity. Pride, hope, proof that small country can produce greatness, that Argentine spirit of passion and creativity can conquer the world. In Portugal, Cristiano is dream incarnate. Poor kid from forgotten island, becoming richest athlete on earth, proof that hard work and determination can overcome any origin. That Portugal matters on world stage, responsibility to excellence weighs heavily. Both maintain standards into late 30s, refusing to decline gracefully, still training like 20-year-olds, still preparing obsessively, still expecting perfection from themselves. Why? Because millions watching. Kids who look up to them, who practice their celebrations, who wear their jerseys, who dream of being them. Can't let them down. Can't show weakness. Can't accept being average after being legendary. Balance between winning and character defines final years, both doing massive charity work, using platforms for good, understanding that wealth and fame create obligations. Cristiano donates millions to children's hospitals, pays for cancer treatments, builds schools, doesn't publicize it much, just does it. Understands he has more money than he could spend in 10 lifetimes, should help others. Lionel, as UNICEF ambassador, helps children in poverty, medical care, education. Remembers being 13, alone in Barcelona, family couldn't afford his treatment, wants to help kids facing similar struggles. Both understanding that legacy isn't just goals and trophies. It's what you did with your influence, whether you made the world slightly better by being in it. Legacy conversations intensify. Who is GOAT, greatest of all time? Media asks constantly. Fans debate endlessly. Social media wars wage daily. Wrong question, wrong framework. They're not competing for one throne. They built 2 thrones side by side. Different styles, different paths, both valid, both legendary. Asking who is better misses the point. The point is that football was blessed to have both simultaneously, that we got to witness 15 years of dual greatness, that future generations will study this era and wonder how it was possible. Some say Lionel, more natural talent, better dribbler, more creative, 7 Ballons d'Or, fair argument, strong case. Some say Cristiano, more complete, better header, proven in multiple leagues, 5 Champions Leagues, equally fair argument, equally strong case. The beauty is there's no definitive answer. Both positions are defensible, both backed by evidence. The debate will continue forever, and that's perfect. That's what makes it legendary. Convergence of understanding happens as World Cup approaches. Both players, in quiet moments, probably recognize what they share. The burden, the expectations, the loneliness at the top, the knowledge that millions expect perfection every 90 minutes. They understand each other in ways nobody else can. Not teammates, not family, not coaches. Only the other guy who lived the same impossible life, who faced the same unrealistic pressure, who carried nations on their shoulders. That shared experience creates bond, whether they acknowledge it or not.
Mutual recognition, respect that transcends competition, understanding that what they accomplish together is bigger than anything either did individually. October 2022, final month before World Cup. Both players make peace with reality. This is it.
Last chance, last tournament, last opportunity to complete their legacies.
Lionel with Argentina, unified team.
Clear tactics, best chance he's ever had. The weight is enormous, but the support is real. He's not alone this time. Cristiano with Portugal. Talent throughout squad, but questions about chemistry, about his role, about whether he's still the main man or becoming a supporting character in his own story. Both understand the mathematics. Cristiano 37. If not now, never. Lionel 35. Same equation. Different numbers. Same conclusion. This is the final chance. The gathering of wisdom reaches its peak in November as squads finalize. Both players reflecting on journeys, where they started, where they are, what it took to get here. Cristiano from Madeira, dirt poor, shared bedroom.
Alcoholic father who died before seeing him become great.
Now richest athlete on earth, 5 Ballons d'Or, over 800 career goals, playing in 5th World Cup. The transformation is complete, but the hunger remains. Lionel from Rosario, growth hormone deficiency, moved to Barcelona at 13, alone, scared, homesick. Now 7 Ballons d'Or, over 800 goals, leading Argentina in what might be his last World Cup. The boy who wasn't supposed to grow became the biggest legend of his generation. Different journeys,
same destination.
both proving that origin doesn't determine outcome, that obstacles are just problems waiting for solutions. That greatness is available to anyone willing to pay the price. The price was everything normal people take for granted: privacy, freedom, ability to fail without millions watching,
Ability to have bad days without headlines.
ability to be human without disappointing nations. They paid it gladly, or maybe not gladly,
Maybe reluctantly.
but they paid it because the alternative was being normal, and neither could accept that. Ancient wisdom says champions aren't born in victory. They're forged in defeat, refined through suffering, polished by pressure. Both players living proof. Every loss they suffered made them stronger. Every criticism made them more determined. Every doubt made them more focused. The pain wasn't obstacle. It was instruction manual. By November 2022, both arrive in Qatar carrying accumulated wisdom of 20-year careers. They know what matters, what doesn't, how to block noise, how to focus on controllables, how to perform when pressure is suffocating. They're not the young players who arrived at their first World Cups. Cristiano in 2006 making mistakes, Lionel in 2006 barely playing. They're veterans now, leaders, generals commanding armies. The responsibility to next generation weighs on both. Mbappé looking up to them, Haaland studying their games, Vinicius Jr. learning from Cristiano's Madrid legacy, Pedri absorbing Lionel's Barcelona lessons. The lineage continues. They're passing torches while still holding them, teaching while still competing, showing the next generation how to sustain excellence, how to handle pressure, how to be great without losing yourself. Purpose reveals itself fully. They exist to show what's possible, to expand human understanding of athletic capability, to inspire millions to attempt their own impossible dreams. Not everyone will become Cristiano or Lionel. That's fine. Not the point. The point is trying, refusing to accept limitations, working toward your own version of greatness, whatever that means for you. Balance between humility and confidence defines both at this stage. Confident in ability, humble about journey, understanding they were blessed with talent but earned success through work. Lionel gives interviews saying he's just a normal guy who plays football.
Obviously untrue, but he believes it.
Stays grounded, remembers where he came from, never forgets the kid with medical problems that everyone doubted. Cristiano, less humble externally,
Still confident.
still believes he's the best, but privately acknowledges luck and timing, right mentors at right moments.
Right teams at right times.
Talent plus opportunity plus work equals success. The final wisdom gathering happens in each player's mind. Private reflections nobody sees. What does this World Cup mean? What happens if they win? What happens if they lose? For Lionel, winning completes the story. Silences every critic forever. Puts him unquestionably among the greatest ever.
Validates the suffering.
The losses, the near misses.
Makes it all worth it. Losing? Hurts, but doesn't diminish what he accomplished. 4 Champions Leagues.
10 La Ligas, 7 Ballons d'Or, Copa America winner, Olympic gold medal. The resume is complete with or without World Cup, but with it, perfection. For Cristiano, winning would be ultimate validation.
Proof he can do it all.
Erase the asterisk next to his name. No more can't win World Cup criticism. Just GOAT discussion with no caveats. Losing? He's already at peace with it, probably. Won Euro 2016, 5 Champions Leagues, 5 Ballons d'Or, conquered 3 leagues. Nothing left to prove except this one thing. If it doesn't happen, his legacy is secure. Just not complete. Both players boarding planes to Qatar in November, carrying more than luggage.
Carrying nations.
Carrying expectations. Carrying histories. Carrying dreams of millions who will never kick a ball professionally but live through them vicariously. The weight could crush normal people.
They're not normal people. They're champions, built different, wired different.
They transform pressure into performance, use expectations as fuel, turn impossibility into reality. November 20th, 2022, World Cup begins.
Fireworks over Doha, opening ceremony spectacular.
The world watching, and somewhere in team hotels, two legends prepare for the most important 6 weeks of their lives. Everything they learned,
Everything they sacrificed.
everything they became. It all comes down to this tournament. The wisdom they gathered says champions deliver in biggest moments.
That's what separates great from legendary.
Ability to perform when stakes are highest, when pressure is unbearable, when failure means historical footnote instead of immortal legend. Both ready, both prepared, both understanding this is it, the final test. The ultimate question, can they deliver?
Can they handle the pressure? Can they be who they've always been when it matters most?
The gathering of wisdom ends. The tournament begins, and the world holds its breath watching two legends attempt the impossible one last time. Different teams, different paths, same hunger,
Same desperation.
same understanding that this World Cup isn't just tournament, it's legacy definer, career culmination, final answer to decades of debate, and only one can win. That's the cruelty and beauty of sport. Someone's dream comes true.
Someone's dream dies. No middle ground.
No participation trophies, just winners and losers. Champions and runners-up. Both players understand this better than anyone. They've won and lost at highest levels, know the ecstasy and agony, know that margins between triumph and disaster are microscopic. The wisdom they carry into Qatar is simple. Control what you can control. Prepare perfectly.
Execute fearlessly.
Trust teammates. Believe in yourself. Leave everything on the pitch, and whatever happens, know that you gave everything, that you pushed yourself to absolute limits, that you refused to die wondering what if. That's all anyone can do. The rest is football. Beautiful, cruel, unpredictable football. And as both players settle into Qatar, as the tournament machine grinds into motion, one truth becomes inescapable. This is their time.
Their moment.
Their legacy being written in real time, the wisdom is gathered, the preparation complete, the stage is set. Now comes the performance that will define everything. November 20th, 2022, the World Cup kicks off in Qatar. History is about to be written. Group stage draw was kind to neither. Portugal in Group H with Ghana, Uruguay, and South Korea. Tough group. Uruguay has Luis Suarez, still dangerous. South Korea organized and disciplined. Ghana unpredictable. Argentina in Group C with Saudi Arabia, Mexico, and Poland. Should be manageable. Saudi Arabia weak on paper. Mexico always difficult. Poland has Robert Lewandowski, one of the world's best strikers. Opening matches tell you everything about how tournaments will unfold.
Argentina goes first.
November 22nd versus Saudi Arabia.
Lusail Stadium.
The same venue that will host the final. Lionel scores early. Penalty, 10th minute. Argentina dominates possession. Should be comfortable. Everything pointing toward routine victory. Lionel looks sharp, focused. The team clicking. Half-time, Argentina leading 1-0. Comfortable, controlled, no problems visible. Then the second half happens.
Saudi Arabia scores. 48th minute.
Saleh Al-Shehri.
Goal against the run of play.
Suddenly it's 1-1. Argentina still calm. They'll get another goal, 53rd minute. Salem Al-Dawsari. Cuts inside, shoots, top corner, goal. Saudi Arabia leading 2-1. The stadium erupts.
Argentina looks shell-shocked. What just happened?
The rest of the match, Argentina attacks desperately. Can't score. Hit the post. Blocked shots. Saudi Arabia defending like their lives depend on it.
Final whistle.
Saudi Arabia wins 2-1. Lionel walks off the pitch, looking devastated.
This can't be happening. Not again.
Not another World Cup starting with disaster. The criticism will be brutal. The pressure now suffocating. Argentina's hotel that night must be tomb silent.
One loss and you're almost out. They have to beat Mexico and Poland now.
No room for error. The dream already teetering on collapse 2 days later. Portugal versus Ghana. November 24th, Cristiano starts. Captain's armband on. This is his moment. His tournament. His chance to show he still matters. The match is tight, scrappy, Ghana defending deep. Portugal struggling to break through, frustration mounting. Then 65th minute. Cristiano gets fouled in the box. Penalty? He takes it, scores 1-0 Portugal. He runs toward the corner flag.
Signature celebration. See you, the crowd roars, history made.
First player ever to score in 5 different World Cups, 2006, 2010, 2014, 2018, 2022, 20 years between first and last. The longevity is absurd.
Nobody else has done this, but the celebration feels desperate. Like he's proving a point. Like he needs this validation.
Ghana equalises 8 minutes later. Then Portugal scores 2 more. Wins 3-2, but Cristiano gets substituted. Santos taking him off. The body language tells a story. Cristiano walking slowly. Not happy about substitution. Still thinks he should play 90 minutes every match. But he's 37. The legs don't work like they used to. November 26th, Argentina must respond against Mexico.
Life or death match. Lose and they're probably eliminated.
The pressure is crushing.
Entire nation holding breath. The match is tense.
Mexico defending compact.
Argentina struggling to create.
64 minutes played. Still 0-0. Anxiety everywhere. Then Lionel receives the ball 25 yards out. Touches it once. Shoots with left foot. The ball flies into the bottom corner. Perfect placement. Perfect weight. Goalkeeper has no chance. Goal. Argentina leads 1-0. Lionel doesn't celebrate excessively. Just relief. Job not done yet. Enzo Fernandez scores late. 2-0. Argentina wins. Survives. Lionel played brilliantly. Took the game by the throat when it mattered. That's what legends do. Cristiano's second match. November 28, Portugal versus Uruguay. He starts again.
Uruguay has Suarez, Cavani, experience everywhere.
Dangerous opponent, 54th minute. Bruno Fernandes crosses. Cristiano jumps.
Headers it, or does he?
Ball goes in. Cristiano claims the goal. Celebrates his goal. His moment, replays show he didn't touch it. Ball went straight in from Bruno's cross. Cristiano didn't get contact. Eventually FIFA awards the goal to Bruno. Cristiano loses his 2022 World Cup goal. Back to just the penalty against Ghana, but Portugal wins 2-0, qualified for knockouts.
Mission accomplished.
Cristiano gets substituted again. 73rd minute.
Santos managing his minutes. Protecting him.
Or maybe just accepting he can't play full matches anymore. Argentina's third group match versus Poland. December 1st, Lionel gets saved by goalkeeper.
Misses penalty.
Gets saved by Wojciech Szczęsny.
Should score.
Doesn't. The nerves showing. But Alexis McAllister and Julian Alvarez score.
Argentina wins 2-0, tops the group.
Through to knockouts. Lionel, playing well overall despite the penalty miss. Creating, leading, doing everything except that one penalty. Portugal's third match versus South Korea. December 2nd. Santos rests players. Cristiano starts, but the team is rotated.
South Korea wins 2-1, doesn't matter.
Portugal already through, but the performance is poor. Worse than the result, Cristiano gets substituted again. He walks off angry. Clearly frustrated. Says something to Santos. The relationship's straining.
Cristiano wants to play every minute.
Santos protecting him whether he likes it or not. Knockout rounds begin. Round of 16, Argentina versus Australia. December 3rd, should be comfortable. Australia not expected to challenge. But World Cup has no easy matches. Lionel scores. Brilliant goal. 35th minute. Receives ball on edge of box. Touches it perfectly. Shoots low. Inside post. Goal. Argentina leads 1-0. He's in form now.
Looking dangerous.
Looking like the Lionel of old, Julian Alvarez scores second. Argentina wins 2-1, not convincing but advancing. Quarterfinals next. The tournament opening up, the dream staying alive, Portugal versus Switzerland. December 6th, Santos makes a shocking decision. Benches Cristiano. Starts Gonzalo Ramos instead. 21-year-old. Barely played this tournament. Santos choosing youth over experience. The decision is seismic. Biggest story of the World Cup. Cristiano Ronaldo benched in knockout match.
Is he finished?
Is his time over? The headlines write themselves. Then Ramos scores. 17th minute. Then again, then hat-trick. 3 goals. Portugal destroys Switzerland 6-1. Ramos is sensational. Portugal looks better without Cristiano. The uncomfortable truth impossible to ignore. Cristiano comes on as substitute. 73rd minute. 17 minutes to make an impact.
Can't. Switzerland already dead. Match already won.
He's a passenger in Portugal's biggest win. The image after the match breaks hearts. Cristiano looking lost, uncertain. For first time in his career, he's not the main character. The team moved on without him. Evolution is cruel. Quarter-finals, December 9th, Argentina versus Netherlands.
Massive match. Netherlands coached by Louis van Gaal. Experienced, tactical, dangerous. They
have Virgil van Dijk, Frenkie de Jong. Quality throughout. The match is
brutal, physical, intense. Argentina
leads 2-0. Lionel assists both goals, playing brilliantly, controlling the game. The Netherlands scores. Wout Weghorst, substitute, 83rd minute, 2-1 injury time.
Netherlands gets free kick.
Everyone expects cross. Instead, they play short. Weghorst runs to near post. Shoots. Goal. 2-2. Unbelievable. Argentina threw away 2-goal lead in final minutes. Extra time produces nothing. Penalties. Lionel doesn't take one of the first 5.
Argentina wins anyway.
Emiliano Martinez, the goalkeeper, is the hero. Saves 2 penalties. Mind games, dancing, celebrating, pure theatre. Lionel celebrates with relief more than joy. That match could have ended everything. They survived barely.
Netherlands almost killed the dream.
But they're through. Semi-finals, 2 wins from immortality, same day. Portugal versus Morocco. The quarter-final nobody expected. Morocco, the surprise team of the tournament.
Beat Belgium.
Beat Spain on penalties. Now Portugal, Santos starts Cristiano, gives him his chance. Maybe feeling guilty about the benching. Maybe pressure from media. Maybe Cristiano demanded it. Either way, he starts. Morocco scores. 42nd minute. Youssef En-Nesyri, header. Beats the goalkeeper to cross, scores. Portugal behind 1-0. They chase the game.
Can't break through.
Morocco defending brilliantly, organised, disciplined. Every player behind ball. Cristiano invisible.
Can't impact the match. Legs heavy. Movement limited.
He's trying, but the body won't cooperate. Santos brings on João Felix. Brings on Rafael Leão. Fresh legs. Youth. Speed. Still can't score. Morocco holds on.
Final whistle.
Portugal eliminated. Morocco through to semi-finals. First African team ever to reach that stage. Beautiful story for them. Tragedy for Portugal. The image afterwards defines everything. Cristiano walking down the tunnel, alone, tears streaming.
Hands covering his face. The dream is over.
The World Cup will never be his. He's 37. This was the last chance. Portugal has young talent. They'll be back in 2026. He won't. Too old. Body already struggling. This was it. And it ended in the quarterfinals without him making a difference. The cruelty of sport fully displayed. He trained his entire life for this.
Sacrificed everything.
Reached the highest levels of preparation and dedication.
And it wasn't enough.
The World Cup rejected him. 5 attempts.
0 triumphs. His statement afterwards is dignified.
Congratulates Morocco. Thanks, Portugal fans. Says the dream is over, but proud of the journey. Class in defeat, but the pain is visible. This hurts worse than any other loss. Meanwhile, Lionel and Argentina prepare for semi-finals. December 13th against Croatia. The 2018 runners-up. Luka Modric, Mateo Kovacic, Ivan Perisic, experienced, tough. They beat Brazil in the quarterfinals on penalties.
They fear nobody.
But Argentina is different now, unified, confident, believing, Lionel in form. The team playing for him. 34 minutes. Julian Alvarez has scored. Then Lionel assists him again. 2-0 half-time, second half.
Lionel scores, penalty, then brilliant goal.
Receives ball. Dribbles past to Joško Gvardiol, one of the world's best young defenders.
Makes him look silly.
Dribbles again. Keeps the ball. Finds Alvarez. Assists. 3-0 Croatia scores 1. Doesn't matter. Argentina wins 3-0. Dominant performance.
Lionel with goal and 2 assists.
Playing the best football of the tournament. Looking unstoppable. They're in the final. December 18th, 6 days away.
Against France.
The defending champions. Kylian Mbappé. The young king. The heir to the throne.
Lionel versus his PSG teammate. Old versus new. One last chance versus many more to come. The symmetry is perfect.
Cristiano watching from home. Eliminated. Dream dead.
Lionel in the final.
Dream alive. One match from completing football. From winning the trophy that defines legacies. Cristiano probably feels every emotion.
Pride for his rival.
Pain at his own failure. Understanding that the debate might be settled by this match. If Lionel wins, the conversation changes.
Not who's better.
But Lionel has World Cup. Cristiano doesn't. That Saturday. December 17th, one day before final. Both players in completely different realities. Lionel in Qatar preparing for biggest match of his life. Cristiano somewhere else, probably watching, preparing for nothing, carrying the weight of unfulfilled dreams. The approach to ultimate competition revealed everything about both. Lionel's path was cluttered with near disaster.
Almost eliminated in group stage. Almost knocked out by Netherlands.
But survived.
Kept going.
Delivered when necessary, Cristiano's path was decline.
Started strong.
Scored the penalty against Ghana.
Made history.
Then benched.
Then ineffective.
Then eliminated. The body betraying him at worst possible time. The dream dying not with battle, but with whimper. Football is cruel. Doesn't care about effort or sacrifice or dedication. Cares about results, about performance in moments that matter, about having teammates good enough and luck on your side and everything aligning perfectly. Argentina had all that. Portugal didn't. Simple as that.
No deeper meaning.
No cosmic justice. Just football being football. And as December 18th approached, as Lionel prepared for the World Cup final, as Cristiano prepared to watch it from wherever he was, one truth became undeniable. Their paths diverged. For 15 years they walked parallel. Now one path led to potential glory. The other led to acceptance of the one gap that would never be filled. That's sport.
That's competition. That's life.
Sometimes you get your moment. Sometimes you don't. All you can do is prepare perfectly and hope. December 18th, 2022, Lusail Stadium, Qatar. The day everything changes. Argentina versus France.
World Cup final.
The ultimate stage.
88,000 people in the stadium. Over 1 billion watching worldwide.
The entire planet stops for 90 minutes. Lionel Messi, 35 years old. 4 previous World Cups. 1 final in 2014, lost. 3 Copa America finals, lost. This is his last chance. The final opportunity to complete football. To silence every doubt. To join Maradona and Pelé in the pantheon of World Cup winners, Kylian Mbappé. 23 years old.
Already won the World Cup in 2018, scored in that final.
The next generation, the heir apparent, playing for his second World Cup at 23. The future facing the past, France is defending champions. Won in Russia 2018, reached the final again.
That's dynasty behaviour.
They have N'Golo Kante injured, Paul Pogba injured, but still strong.
Antoine Griezmann,
Olivier Giroud, Ousmane Dembélé. Quality everywhere. Argentina is the people's champion.
Everyone outside France wants them to win.
For Lionel,
for his legacy,
for the story. Football loves stories. And this story needs the right ending. The match starts cautiously, both teams feeling each other out. High stakes producing tension. Nobody wants to make the mistake that costs everything. 23rd minute. Argentina gets penalty. Dembele fools Angel Di Maria. Clear penalty. Lionel steps up.
Ice in his veins. Shoots low, scores. 1-0 Argentina.
The dream is alive.
Lusail erupts.
Blue and white everywhere.
Argentina fans crying, celebrating, believing. 36th minute.
Argentina counters. Beautiful football. Julian Alvarez runs. Passes to Alexis McAllister. McAllister finds Di Maria. Di Maria controls. Shoots. Top corner. Goal. 2-0 Argentina. Lionel assists. The performance is complete, dominant. Argentina is winning the World Cup. France looks shocked. Deschamps, the coach, making changes at half-time. Brings on Marcus Thuram.
Changes system. France needs something, anything. 60 minutes pass. Argentina still leading 2-0. 18 million people in Argentina watching. Streets empty. Everyone glued to screens. This is it.
30 minutes from glory.
From redemption.
From immortality, then everything changes. 80th minute.
Mbappé gets penalty.
Referee sees handball.
Mbappé takes it, scores. 2-1, game on. France has hope.
Argentina nervous, 97th second later. Literally. Mbappé again. Receives pass, shoots, volley, top corner, goal. 2-2. Unbelievable, inconceivable. France has equalized. The script is torn apart. Argentina's dream collapsing in real time. Lionel stands there looking devastated. Not again.
Please not again.
Not after coming so close. Not after playing so well. Not after everything extra time. Both teams exhausted.
Legs heavy. Minds racing.
30 more minutes.
Someone has to win. Someone has to lose. 108th minute.
Lionel receives ball in box. Shoots. Blocked. Ball bounces back to him.
Shoots again.
Goalkeeper saves. Ball bounces off goalkeeper. Lionel tries again. Ball goes in. Goal 3-2 Argentina. Lionel's second goal. He runs celebrating. Releases everything.
All the pain. All the doubt.
All the years of criticism. Gone in that moment, France responds.
116 minute.
Mbappé gets another penalty. Shoots. Scores. Hat-trick. World Cup final hat-trick.
Only second player ever to do it.
First since Jeff Hurst in 1966. Mbappé is 23.
Playing like he's possessed.
3-3 extra time ends. Penalties. Penalties in World Cup final. The cruelest way to decide football's biggest match. All game comes down to nerve.
Mental strength.
Who handles pressure better? Lionel takes Argentina's first penalty.
Must score. Can't miss.
The pressure is indescribable. Shoots. Scores. Sends goalkeeper wrong way. 1-0 Argentina in shootout. Mbappé takes France's first. Scores. Of course.
He's not missing.
1-1 back and forth.
Argentina scores.
France scores.
Argentina scores.
France scores. Then Kingsley Coman for France. Shoots. Emiliano Martinez saves. Argentina ahead in shootout. Aurélien Tchouameni for France.
Has to score.
Shoots wide, misses. Argentina 2 penalties away from winning World Cup. Leandro Paredes for Argentina. Scores. 3-2 Argentina. One more. Randall Kolo Muani for France. Scores. 3-3. Still alive. Gonzalo Montiel for Argentina. This is it. Score and Argentina wins World Cup. Miss and France stays alive. The pressure is cosmic.
Entire nation's hopes on his shoulders. He runs up, shoots, scores. Argentina wins.
World Cup champions. Lionel Messi has won the World Cup. The explosion of emotion is total. Players piling on each other, crying, screaming, disbelief and ecstasy mixed together. Lionel collapses. Teammates swarm him. He's crying, laughing, can't process what just happened. Argentina fans in the stadium lose their minds. Horns, flags, singing, dancing, crying. In Buenos Aires, the streets flood with people.
Millions celebrating.
The wait is over. 36 years.
Since Maradona.
Since 1986, finally, World Cup winners again. Lionel walks around the pitch in shock.
Absorbing it. Trying to believe it's real.
They give him the golden ball, best player of the tournament. He actually cares this time.
'Cause they won.
Individual awards mean something when your team wins. The trophy presentation happens. Lionel puts on the bisht. Traditional Qatari garment. Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani places it on him, then hands him the trophy. The World Cup, the one thing missing. Now complete, Lionel lifts it above his head. The image will be everywhere, forever. Defining photograph of his career.
Of his life. World Cup winner.
Debate over.
Legacy complete.
GOAT conversation changed forever, but here's what nobody talks about enough. What this match revealed.
What this tournament proved.
What the entire rivalry showed us, the ultimate secret. The hidden truth. The revelation that recontextualizes everything. Their rivalry was never about who was better. It was about pushing football to its absolute evolutionary peak. They were chosen, not by coincidence, by necessity. Football needed evolution, needed pushing beyond what anyone thought possible, and the universe provided two players, opposite styles, opposite personalities.
Same generation, same peak years, same hunger.
Same impossible standards, and set them against each other, not to destroy, to create, to force innovation, to raise every standard, to show what's possible when two generational talents occupy the same generation. Think about what they normalized. 50-goal seasons, multiple Ballons d'Or, playing at elite level into mid-30s, adapting games multiple times, conquering different leagues, maintaining excellence across 15 years. None of that was normal before them. Now it's expected. They reset the baseline for greatness, made extraordinary into merely good, made exceptional into standard. The true purpose of competition revealed itself fully. Two different approaches to perfection. Lionel said perfection is artistry, natural flow, instinct, dribbling, creating, making impossible look easy. He proved it for 20 years. Cristiano said, perfection is constructed. Dedication, discipline, evolution, adapting, improving, building yourself into ideal version. He proved it for 20 years. Both were right. Both approaches work. Both produce transcendent results. That's the beauty. There's no one path to greatness. Multiple philosophies can coexist at the summit, the hidden role they played.
They weren't just footballers.
They were philosophers, teachers, living proof that excellence is achievable through different methods.
Natural talent works. Hard work works. Instinct works. Preparation works. Art works.
Science works. They taught different football religions. Both religions produce converts. Both religions change the sport. Young players worldwide choosing which path to follow, which philosophy resonates, which approach fits their own nature. Universal principles emerge.
Excellence needs opposition.
You become great relative to others.
Against others.
Because of others. Greatness needs context, needs comparison, needs someone equally great to validate and challenge you. Legends need worthy adversaries. This is ancient truth. Every great hero had rival.
Every epic story has opposition.
Not enemy, rival. Someone who makes you better by existing, who forces you to evolve by their own evolution. Sport as spiritual practice becomes clear. Their 15-year duel was meditation on human potential.
On dedication. On transcendence.
What can humans achieve when they refuse to accept limits? When they push past every supposed boundary? They showed us, together, neither alone. Both needed, each providing context for the other's greatness. Each pushing the other past breaking points into new territories of excellence. Cristiano's reaction to Lionel winning is immediate.
Instagram post. Congratulations, beautiful message.
Genuine happiness mixed with personal pain. He understands what this means. The conversation will shift. Lionel has World Cup. He doesn't. That gap will exist forever. But there's grace in his message. Understanding of shared legacy. Recognition that their stories are intertwined. That Lionel's triumph doesn't diminish Cristiano's achievements. Different paths, different peaks, both legendary. The invisible force that pushed them to redefine football's limits for 15 years was football itself. The sport needed them,
Used them, blessed them.
made them vessels for its own evolution. They were never enemies, never truly rivals in hateful sense. They were collaborators,
Unwitting partners.
two sides of same coin, yin and yang.
Light and dark. Natural and constructed. Art and science. Instinct and discipline.
Football needed both to show its complete range, its infinite possibilities.
That there's no one way to be great.
That diversity of approach enriches rather than diminishes. The stadium roars from every El Clásico, every Ballon d'Or ceremony,
Every Champions League night, every goal they scored, every record they broke.
all of it connected, all of it building toward this moment. Lionel holding World Cup trophy in Lusail Stadium, Cristiano watching from somewhere, both understanding finally, fully, completely. They weren't competing for one throne. They built two thrones,
Side by side.
equal height, different designs, both magnificent, and football, beautiful football, was blessed to have both, simultaneously, at peak levels, pushing each other,
Elevating each other.
creating the greatest rivalry sport has ever seen. That's the climactic revelation. Not who won, not who's better, but that we got to witness 15 years of dual greatness, that we lived through football's golden age, that we saw two players do things that shouldn't be possible and make them look routine. The conversation changes after December 18th, 2022. Lionel has World Cup. That matters. Changes the debate, but doesn't end it. Because debates about greatness are subjective, personal, based on what you value most. You value natural talent, dribbling, creating? Choose Lionel. You value adaptability, multiple leagues?
Aerial dominance.
Choose Cristiano. You value World Cups? Lionel. Champions Leagues?
Cristiano.
Total goals? Tough call. Ballon d'Or? Lionel. See? No definitive answer.
And that's perfect. That's what makes this rivalry eternal.
The debate will continue forever, long after both retire, long after we're all gone. Future generations will argue about them, compare stats, watch highlights, choose sides, and that immortality, that eternal relevance, that's what they achieved together. By being so evenly matched, so differently brilliant, so impossible to separate definitively. The second resolution, football used them to evolve.
Mission accomplished.
The sport is different now, better, more sophisticated.
More global. More entertaining. Because they existed. Because they competed.
Because they refused to let each other be alone at the summit. Both athletes finally understanding what the other meant to their journey. Not obstacle, catalyst, not enemy, mirror, not competition. Collaboration, disguised as rivalry. They made each other immortal. That's the truth nobody wants to admit because it's less dramatic than rivalry narrative. But it's true. Without Cristiano, Lionel doesn't push as hard. Without Lionel, Cristiano doesn't reach as high. They needed each other. The story doesn't work with just one. Football doesn't evolve the same way. The next generation doesn't have two templates to choose from. December 18th, 2022 didn't end their story. It completed one chapter. Gave Lionel the trophy that was missing, but didn't diminish what Cristiano accomplished. Didn't erase his 5 Champions Leagues or 5 Ballon d'Or or goal-scoring records or conquering 3 leagues. Both legends. Both immortal. Both remembered forever.
One has World Cup, one doesn't. That matters.
But doesn't define everything. What defines them is the 15 years they gave us. The thousands of goals, the impossible moments, the dedication, the evolution, the refusal to decline, the sustained excellence that will never be replicated. That's their legacy, shared, intertwined, impossible to separate. The greatest rivalry in sports history, reaching its climax in the desert with only one present but both part of the story. Because that's what they became. One story told from 2 perspectives. And December 18th gave us the ending one of them needed. while the other watched knowing his chapter closed differently, but no less legendarily. The truth settles slowly.
Like dust after an explosion.
Like clarity after chaos, football needed both to reach perfection. Not one, both. No single goat, two avatars of the sport, different expressions of the same impossible standard. This isn't compromise.
Isn't fence sitting?
It's recognition of reality. They represent different ideals. Both valid, both proven, both legendary. Choosing one doesn't make the other less. It reveals what you value most in football. Every generation gets the rivalry it needs, the debate it deserves. Pelé versus Maradona prepared the world for this. That argument raged for decades. Pelé with 3 World Cups and professionalism. Maradona with raw genius and rebellion. No consensus. Just endless passionate debate. That debate taught us that football greatness isn't mathematical.
Can't be solved with formulas. It's philosophical, personal, based on what moves you.
What you find beautiful, what you value in sport. Cristiano and Lionel took that template and perfected it, made it contemporary, gave social media age its defining sports argument,
Made it global.
made it personal for billions. You chose a side.
Everyone did.
Team Messi or Team Ronaldo. Not just preference, identity, what you believed about excellence,
About achievement.
about what matters most. The 2023 to 2024 epilogue tells final chapters. Lionel wins 8th Ballon d'Or in 2023, 8th, more than double anyone else in history. The debate should be over, except it's not, because Cristiano's achievements remain valid, relevant, undeniable. Lionel moves to Inter Miami, MLS, American soccer. Growing the game in new market, his presence transforms league. Attendance double. Jersey sales explode. Every match is event. He's 36.
Still magical. Still drawing crowds.
Still producing moments. He wins Leagues Cup with Miami, his first trophy in America. Makes it look easy.
Scores in the final, of course.
Champions don't stop being champions because they change addresses. The impact is massive.
Kids in America wearing Messi jerseys.
Playing soccer because of him. MLS becomes cool, relevant, must watch. One player changing an entire sporting landscape in new country. That's influence beyond football. Cristiano signs with Al Nassr, Saudi Pro League. Controversial move. Critics say he's chasing money. He's earning over 200 million per year.
Massive contract.
But there's more to it. He's growing football in Middle East, making Saudi League global. Other stars follow. Benzema, Kante, Neymar eventually. The league transforms, becomes destination, becomes viable.
Because Cristiano went first? Legitimized it.
Made it acceptable. His goals keep coming. 50-plus goals in first season. At 38 years old, absurd, impossible. The body shouldn't work this way at that age. But his dedication to fitness, to recovery, to preparation, it extends career beyond normal limits, both still performing, still relevant,
Still producing.
at ages when most players are retired or declining sharply. They maintain excellence.
Different leagues.
Different continents, same refusal to be normal. The extended emotional reflection reveals what they changed beyond football. They revolutionized sports economics. Proved athletes could be worth hundreds of millions in salary and endorsements. That individual brands could rival corporations. They transformed social media presence. Combined following over 1 billion people. Every post reaches hundreds of millions.
That's power. That's influence.
That's platform bigger than most countries' populations. Global reach of sport expanded because of them. Football was already global, but they made it universal. Penetrated markets that barely cared about soccer, America, Asia, Middle East. Their star power transcended the sport itself. Marketing machines, Nike, Adidas, dozens of other brands. Every company wanted association with them. Their faces sold products having nothing to do with football, watches, hotels, airlines, underwear. They were brands themselves. CR7, M10, recognizable globally. The weight of legacy they carry is enormous. They influence billions, not exaggeration.
Actual billions. Kids who played football because of them.
Bought jerseys, watched matches, chose career paths. made life decisions based on their inspiration. That responsibility is crushing and uplifting simultaneously. Know that millions look up to you, expect things from you.
Model behavior after you.
That shapes how you live, what you do.
What you say, both handle it mostly well.
Charity work, proper behavior mostly, good role models despite imperfections. They understood platform came with obligations, used it more for good than harm. Balance between achievement and service defines later careers. Achievement for self, service for others, both needed.
Both important.
They achieved everything possible. Now focusing more on what they can give back. Lionel's humility teaching grace. How to handle success without arrogance. How to be best without acting like it. How to stay grounded despite worldwide adoration. That resonates. That inspires differently than goals and trophies. Cristiano's confidence teaching self-belief. How to back yourself when doubted. How to work obsessively toward goals. How to construct excellence through dedication. That resonates too. Different audience. Same impact. Consequences of their careers are massive. Football forever changed. Modern players judged against their standards. Harsh but inevitable. They set bars so high that normal excellence seems inadequate. Tactics evolved because of them. Teams had to adapt to stop them. Defensive systems became more sophisticated. Pressing strategies more complex. The entire sport elevated trying to contain them. Young players study them endlessly. Haaland watching Cristiano's movement.
Mbappé learning from both.
Vinicius Jr. copying Cristiano's dedication. Pedri absorbing Lionel's vision. The next generation built on their foundations. 2024 brings new chapters. Cristiano helps Al Nassr win Arab Club Champions Cup. More trophies.
Always more trophies.
40 goals in his first full season. 39 years old. The numbers remain ridiculous. The dedication unwavering. Lionel wins Copa America 2024 with Argentina, his second consecutive Copa, back-to-back champion. The criticism about not winning with Argentina? Completely silenced. World Cup. 2 Copas. Olympic gold from 2008. He's won everything possible with his national team now. The final in 2024, Copa against Colombia.
Lionel gets injured. Ankle injury. Has to come off. Sits on bench crying. Not from pain.
From frustration. From wanting to finish what he started. But Argentina wins anyway. Without him on the pitch for most of the match, that tells you something. He built a team that can win without him. That's leadership. That's legacy beyond individual brilliance. Teaching teammates how to win. Creating culture of excellence. Then stepping back and watching them succeed. Cristiano congratulates him publicly. Again. Instagram post, gracious, genuine. The mutual respect has deepened into something approaching friendship.
Not close friends.
But warmth that wasn't there 15 years ago. Understanding of shared journey. Character epilogues reveal their true natures.
Lionel is quiet legend content with completion.
He has everything now. World Cup, multiple Copas, Olympic gold.
10 La Ligas, 4 Champions Leagues, 8 Ballons d'Or. The resume is perfect. He plays in Miami, enjoys family.
Antonella and 3 sons with him. Building life beyond football. Preparing for retirement whenever it comes.
No desperation.
No need to prove anything. Just enjoying the final years of legendary career. Cristiano as motivated, veteran, chasing records until the end. Different mentality. He wants every goal.
Every trophy.
Every record possible. Plays like he's 25, even at 39. The obsession never dims. The hunger never fades. He talks about playing until 40, maybe longer. Body permitting. His dedication to fitness might make it possible. He's already outlasted every prediction. Why not keep going? Why not squeeze every last drop from this impossible career? Statistical legacy is staggering when you count everything. Combined, they scored over 1,800 goals. Combined 13 Ballons d'Or. Combined 80-plus major trophies.
Numbers that will never be matched.
Not in our lifetimes. Probably never. Individual records they hold are absurd.
Lionel most Ballons d'Or ever.
Most goals in calendar year. Most goals for single club. most assists in La Liga. The list continues for paragraphs. Cristiano, most goals in Champions League history. Most international goals for European player. Only player to score in 5 World Cups, first to 900 career goals. Records everywhere you look, but beyond numbers, they changed what's possible, showed that excellence can be sustained for 2 decades. That age is just number if you prepare properly. That evolution is necessary for longevity. That greatness requires constant reinvention. Transformation from media-fueled rivalry to mature understanding of shared greatness is beautiful. Early career, the media wanted war, wanted animosity, wanted drama. They mostly refused to give it. Stayed professional, respectful. As careers progressed, the respect became genuine. Not just diplomatic answers. Real appreciation for what the other achieved. Understanding that their legacies are intertwined.
That they'll be remembered together. That separation is impossible. The Louis Vuitton photo.
2 legends. Chessboard.
Luxury luggage. Simple image.
Says everything. They're selling luxury brand together. Sharing campaign. Acknowledging shared space at the summit. 2 kings. 2 thrones. 1 game, that photo becomes iconic. Reproduced everywhere. Memed, analyzed, celebrated because it captures truth. They're not enemies.
Never were.
They're the 2 greatest of their generation, possibly ever, and they both know it. New mutual respect emerges post-2022 after World Cup, after Lionel completes his collection. The dynamic shifts. Cristiano doesn't have World Cup, that difference exists. But he's at peace with it apparently. Congratulates Lionel genuinely.
Moves forward with his own path. Maybe there's relief in it being over.
The constant comparison. The pressure to match every achievement. Now the World Cup difference exists.
Can't change it.
So accept it.
Focus on what you can control.
Keep scoring.
Keep winning.
Keep being Cristiano. 2024 shows both still relevant, still producing.
Lionel in MLS, Cristiano in Saudi Arabia.
Different stages, different competition levels, but both still elite in their contexts. Both still drawing massive attention. Both still mattering. The question becomes, when do they retire? Lionel probably sooner. He's talked about not playing much longer. Maybe 1 more year. Maybe 2. Enjoying Miami. Building toward life after football. Comfortable with endings. Cristiano probably later. He'll play until body forces retirement. Until clubs stop wanting him.
Until he physically can't compete anymore.
That's his nature. The obsession demands it. The hunger requires it. He'll never choose to stop. Their retirements, whenever they come, will be global events. Tributes from everywhere.
Legends honoring legends.
Analysis of careers, documentaries, books, films. Their stories will be told and retold for generations. And the debate will continue. Long after retirement.
Long after death, probably. Who was better?
Which style more beautiful? Whose achievements more impressive? The arguments will rage eternal. And that's fitting.
That's proper.
That's what they deserve, because they gave us 15 years of the impossible. Made us believe humans could do things that seemed reserved for video games or imagination. Scored goals that broke physics. Won trophies that seemed impossible. Sustained excellence that shouldn't exist. They were gifts. Both of them. To football, to sport, to everyone who watched. We didn't deserve them. But we got them anyway, at the same time, in their primes, competing and elevating and pushing and achieving together. The resolution isn't one being better. It's both being necessary, both being legendary, both being exactly what football needed when it needed it. Different paths, different philosophies.
Different peaks.
Same stratosphere, same legacy, same immortality. Lionel Messi proved that natural genius combined with dedication produces magic. That intuition and instinct can be perfected through practice.
That artistry belongs in sport.
That beauty and effectiveness aren't opposites. Cristiano Ronaldo proved that excellence can be constructed, that discipline and obsession can match natural talent, that evolution is survival, that you can build yourself into whatever you need to be. That hard work deserves equal respect as innate ability, both correct, both legendary, both forever remembered as the two greatest of their generation, as two of the greatest ever. As the rivalry that defined modern football, the world is better because they existed,
because they competed,
because they pushed each other into territories nobody thought humans could reach. That's their legacy. Shared, eternal, impossible to diminish, impossible to separate. Two sides of one coin, yin and yang, natural and constructed, art and science, magic and method. Football didn't need to choose between them. Football was blessed to have both, simultaneously, at their peaks, giving us memories that will last lifetimes. And when the final whistles blow on their careers, when they hang up boots for the last time, when the playing days end and the legend becomes history, one truth will remain. We witnessed the greatest rivalry sport has ever seen. The most sustained excellence in football history, the perfect collision of talent, timing, competition, and mutual elevation. They made each other immortal, and they gave us front row seats to watch it happen. That's the resolution.
Not who won,
but that we all did. By witnessing it, by living through it, by experiencing 15 years of two players doing the impossible while making it look routine. The debate continues. The rivalry lives on. The legend grows forever. And somewhere, years from now, when both are long retired, when new stars dominate and new debates rage, someone will ask, who was better? And the only honest answer is this: both. Different ways, same heights,
equal legends,
impossible to separate, forever linked. The greatest rivalry football has ever known. That's how it ends.
Not with one winner,
with two legends.
Both immortal, both necessary,
both perfect in their own ways. Football's greatest gift was giving them to us together, and we'll spend the rest of our lives being grateful we were here to see it. Dawn breaks over Camp Nou. Empty stands catching first light. Shadows stretch across the pitch where he played for 17 years, where he scored 672 goals, where he became Lionel Messi. The stadium is silent now.
No roar of 90,000.
No chants echoing off the roof. No opposition trembling at his name. Just quiet. Just memory. Just the ghost of greatness that once lived here, across the city, across the country, across the Mediterranean in Madrid. Santiago Bernabeu stands equally empty. Same silence, same shadows, same echoes of the past. Where Cristiano Ronaldo scored 450 goals in 9 years.
Where he became inevitable.
Where he built his legend. These cathedrals of football hold memories that won't fade. Every goal, every celebration, every El Clásico, every moment when the world stopped to watch two aliens play a game invented for humans. The ghosts are everywhere. Lionel dribbling past 5 defenders. Cristiano hanging in the air, defying gravity. Both young, both hungry, both impossible. The memories play on repeat in empty stadiums. Forever? Peaceful retirement trajectories are forming now. Different paths, as always. As forever. Lionel in Miami, Inter Miami, DRVPNK Stadium, much smaller than Camp Nou, holds 20,000. Intimate, personal, the pace slower, the pressure lighter. He's enjoying football again in a way he couldn't at the end in Europe. Family with him constantly. Antonella, Tiago, Matteo, Ciro, his 3 sons. They go to his matches, wear his jersey, play in the youth academy, building life where football is part of it but not all of it. Balance he never had in Barcelona or Paris. He trains but differently, still precise,
still dedicated,
but not obsessive. Doesn't need to be.
Nothing left to prove. No critics to silence. No records demanding to be broken.
Just playing because he still can, still loves it, still finds joy in the simple act of kicking a ball. Inter Miami practices show a different Lionel, relaxed, smiling more, joking with teammates. Still the best player by miles, but not carrying weight of nations. Not bearing responsibility for entire club's identity, just being really good at football in South Florida's sunshine. He talks about coaching someday, working with youth players, teaching what he learned.
Not tactics necessarily.
More about mentality,
About handling pressure. About staying humble.
about remembering why you started playing when you were 6 years old. Argentina national team retired from after Copa America 2024, went out on top.
World Cup winner.
Back-to-back Copa champion. Nothing left to achieve.
Time to let next generation take over.
He's done his part.
More than his part.
Given Argentina everything. His final matches for Argentina were victory laps, tears, hugs, standing ovations. The country thanking him for everything, for the World Cup, for the joy, for making them believe again, for being Diego's true successor, even if he'd never claimed that title himself. Retirement is coming.
Everyone knows it.
Maybe 2025, maybe 2026, probably not much longer. The body still works, but 40 is approaching.
Legends know when time arrives.
When to walk away before the game walks away from you. He'll do it gracefully.
No drama, just announcement. Thank you to everyone.
Then private life, family, maybe coaching, maybe ambassadorial work. Definitely staying connected to football, but on his terms. Quiet legend choosing peace over spotlight. Cristiano in Riyadh.
Al Nasser, still training like madman.
Still obsessive about diet. Still doing extra sessions.
Still the first one in and last one out at 39 years old.
The obsession doesn't dim.
Can't dim.
It's who he is fundamentally. Saudi Pro League is growing because of him. Other stars followed. Benzema, his former Madrid teammate. Conte from Chelsea. Neymar eventually, though, injuries limited him. The league gaining credibility, gaining viewers, becoming destination because Cristiano legitimized it. He scores constantly.
Over 50 goals in his first full season.
Continues in second season. The numbers remain absurd. Age becomes just data he refuses to accept. His body defies normal aging curves because of how fanatically he maintains it. Portugal national team continues, though.
Unlike Lionel, he hasn't retired.
Euro 2024 he played. Portugal eliminated in quarterfinals by France on penalties. Cristiano missed his penalty. The cruelty of sport showing itself again.
At 39, still trying.
Still hurting. Maybe he continues to 2026 World Cup in North America. United States, Mexico, Canada hosting. He'd be 41. Impossible?
People said 39 was impossible.
He's there, scoring, performing. Why not 41? The drive remains total. The hunger undiminished. He'll play until something breaks.
Until clubs stop calling.
Until national team doesn't select him. Until physically impossible to continue.
That's his nature.
Champions don't choose retirement. Retirement chooses them after football. He's building business empire. CR7 brand everywhere. Hotels, gyms, fashion, fragrances, his face on everything.
Net worth approaching $1 billion. He'll stay in public eye. Probably try management.
His intensity translating to sideline. Demanding perfection from players the way he demanded it from himself. Family life different from Lionel's. 5 children. Different mothers. More complex, but dedicated father. Posts with kids constantly. Shows them love. Teaches them dedication. They'll grow up knowing what excellence requires because they watched him live it. Contemplation of eternal cycle brings perspective. New rivalries emerging. Kylian Mbappe versus Erling Haaland. Different players.
Different styles.
Similar setup. Media already pushing the narrative. Choosing sides, creating drama, but it won't be the same.
Can't be.
Mbappe and Haaland are great.
Will be legends. But they're not playing in same league. Not facing each other multiple times per year.
Not in same era, quite the same way. The circumstances that made Cristiano and Lionel special are unrepeatable. Football's endless renewal continues regardless.
New talents emerge.
New records get broken. New debates rage. The sport evolves, moves forward. But it'll never forget what those two did.
How they changed everything.
How they set standards that might never be matched. Young players worldwide still practice Cristiano's celebration, still try Lionel's dribbles, still dream of being them. The influence spans generations. Kids who weren't born when they started their rivalry are now professionals copying their techniques. Meditation on sporting truths brings clarity. Some things transcend statistics, transcend trophies, transcend wins and losses. Lionel and Messi proved that football is art and science simultaneously, not one or the other, both. Lionel showed the art, the beauty, the impossibility, the magic, football as expression, as creativity, as individual genius making collective sport more beautiful. Every touch aesthetic choice,
Every dribble painting,
every goal masterpiece, Cristiano showed the science, the method, the construction, the evolution. Football is perfectible craft.
as discipline, as relentless improvement making good into great into legendary.
Every goal calculated,
Every movement practiced,
every achievement earned through preparation. Both approaches valid, both producing transcendence, both changing sport forever. That's the meditation.
that's the truth.
Excellence has multiple paths. Greatness wears different faces. Legends are forged in different fires. Character farewells are happening slowly, not dramatic. Just gradual transition from player to former player, from active to retired, from present to past tense. The natural cycle of athletic life, both choosing paths honoring their playing styles. Lionel probably coaching youth, teaching technique,
Sharing vision,
helping next generation see the game the way he saw it, passing wisdom quietly, humbly, without fanfare. Cristiano probably managing, pacing sidelines, demanding intensity, building teams in his image, using his charisma and winner mentality to inspire squads, being as obsessive about management as he was about playing.
never doing anything halfway, different futures, as always, as forever.
But both staying in football, both unable to leave completely. The sport gave them everything. They'll give back. Different ways, same love, same understanding that football is bigger than individual careers. Final truth settles like calm after storm. The debate will never end.
That's beautiful. That's perfect.
That's exactly how it should be. Asking who's better between Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo is like asking whether water or air is more important. Both essential, both irreplaceable, both necessary for life. Choosing one doesn't negate the other. It reveals what you need most. You need artistry. Choose Lionel. You need dedication. Choose Cristiano. You need both? Congratulations. You understand football. You understand that greatness isn't singular. That legends can share eras, that two kings can sit on two thrones and both be legitimate. The iconic photograph from 2022, Louis Vuitton campaign, both in suits, chessboard between them.
Luxury luggage.
Two legends acknowledging shared space. That image captures everything. They're not opponents. They're peers. Both at summit. Both respected. Both immortal. That photo will hang in museums someday.
Will be in textbooks.
Will be shown to future generations explaining what greatness looked like in early 21st century football. Two faces.
One story.
The greatest rivalry sport has ever known. If you enjoyed this journey through their careers, through their rivalry, through what made them special, consider subscribing. There are more football stories to tell, more legends to explore.
More moments that define this beautiful game we love.
But few stories will match this one. Few rivalries will produce this level of sustained excellence. Few athletes will change their sport so completely. We witness something special, something unrepeatable, something that future generations will study and marvel at. Final atmospheric descriptions paint the picture. Night falls over football stadiums worldwide, from Camp Nou to Bernabeu, from Old Trafford to Allianz Stadium, from Parc des Princes to every pitch they graced. Two shooting stars appear above, streaking across sky. Parallel paths,
Same brightness.
same beauty, different trajectories. Both illuminating darkness, both impossible to look away from, both gone too soon but remembered forever. They represented parallel brilliance. Two stars burning simultaneously, same era, same intensity, different light.
Both necessary.
Both beautiful, both proving that greatness isn't competition for single spot. It's celebration of multiple forms of excellence. Closing wisdom arrives with simplicity. Football didn't need to choose between them.
Shouldn't choose between them. Can't choose between them.
Because the choosing misses the point entirely. The point was never who was better. The point was that we got both, together, in their primes, pushing each other,
Elevating each other.
making each other immortal through competition that was really collaboration disguised as rivalry. They gave football its golden age.
They gave us memories that will last lifetimes.
They gave young players blueprints for two different paths to greatness. They gave the sport everything they had for 20 years. That's their legacy, shared, eternal, perfect. Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo pushed each other to immortality.
Not despite their rivalry.
Because of it, not around each other.
Through each other. Not against each other, ultimately. For each other.
For football, for everyone watching, we were blessed. Simple as that. Blessed to witness the greatest sustained excellence in football history. Blessed to watch two players do things that seemed reserved for imagination. Blessed to live through an era that will be studied and romanticized for centuries. The debate continues, in bars, in living rooms,
On social media.
in schoolyards worldwide, kids arguing passionately about who was better.
Adults doing the same.
Everyone choosing sides. Everyone defending their choice with statistics and highlights and personal preference. And that's perfect. That debate keeps them alive, keeps them relevant, keeps them part of conversation long after retirement, long after we're all gone. The argument will rage eternal, and they both would smile at that.
Because it means they mattered. They meant something.
They left mark that won't fade. So here's the final answer to who was better. Both. Neither. Depends on the day. Depends on what you value. Depends on what makes you love football. Lionel Messi is the greatest footballer of all time. Cristiano Ronaldo is the greatest footballer of all time. Both statements are true. Both defensible. Both backed by evidence and emotion and years of memories. Football didn't need to choose between them. It was blessed to have both, simultaneously at their peaks, giving us 15 years of the impossible made routine,
Of the unthinkable made expected. Of greatness so sustained it became normalized. That's their gift. That's what they gave us.
not just goals and trophies, but expansion of what we thought was possible,
Redefinition of excellence.
proof that humans can transcend perceived limits when properly motivated by worthy opposition. They were worthy opposition
For each other.
for everyone, for human limitation itself.
And they won.
Both of them, together, by pushing each other past every boundary until they both stood in territory reserved for myths and legends and gods. Thank you, Lionel Messi. Thank you, Cristiano Ronaldo, for everything, for the goals, for the trophies, for the moments,
For the dedication.
for showing us what greatness looks like when it's pursued with absolute commitment by two people refusing to let the other be better. You gave us the greatest rivalry sport has ever seen. You gave us memories we'll treasure forever. You gave us the golden age of football, and we'll spend the rest of our lives being grateful we were here to witness it. The debate continues. The legend grows. The story never ends.
That's immortality. That's legacy.
That's what they achieved together by being separately brilliant. Two legends, two paths, two philosophies, one conclusion. Football was better because both of them existed, and we were all better for having witnessed it. That's the peaceful conclusion.
Not who won.
But that everyone who watched did. We all won by being alive when they played, by witnessing the impossible, by experiencing 15 years of two humans showing us what dedication and talent and rivalry can create when perfectly aligned. The stadiums will empty, the crowds will disperse, the chants will fade, but the memory remains forever. Two players, two legends, two sides of football's soul,
Both necessary.
both perfect, both immortal, and that's exactly how it should be.